and welcome back to another FTF Monthly. Sorry, I'm joined here by my friend, th3six4ninja, and we're excited to bring you some games today. There's a lot of new faces in the tournament today, including a very good friend of mine, Alleging Tuna, so we're excited to watch some of those games today. And I think Ninja's going to give you a little breakdown of how these points are going to be working.
Yeah. So for day 2 of the tournament, it is a race format here. So players have to achieve 19 points, then win a lobby to win the tournament. How they get those points, every lobby, first place gets 10 points, second gets 8, third gets 7, fourth gets 5, and then for 5th through 8th, they get 3, 2, 1, and 0 points respectively. So you gotta at least get 7 to get some points. Over the course of the rounds, as you acquire those points, once you have 19 points, you are live. And players that are live win the tournament if they win a lobby. So last month, for example, we got up to the point where there was 3 people that were live after 3 rounds. So we were doing pretty well in most of those lobbies. And then in that 4th round, we had a winner, and that winner was Gabby Jagodia, who is back again this month. So definitely have to keep an eye on Gabby. We also have some other familiar faces. If you've watched some of these tournaments before, Yoshitsune the Cat and Synesthesia have both participated in quite a few day 2s before. We also have a lot of new faces. We got, as mentioned, Tuna, Houdinus, Eurykyu, all new ones, and Barashi and Mimple. This is their second time on day 2, so some fresh faces, but also some kind of juggernauts from the game. And we'll be watching some high-level gameplay between all these players. What else are you looking forward to today, Moo?
These are always my favorite days to kind of, I hate to say figure out the meta, but learn more about the meta. So I feel like I take a lot of stuff that I watch, watching these games today and kind of apply it to my own gameplay, and that makes me really excited to play. So usually the Monday or Tuesday after, I'm like waking up and itching to play some FTF after watching some other people play some strategies I either haven't seen before or didn't build right or stuff like that. So it's always fun. And like the opposite of what you were just saying, where 3 people were live so quick last week. A couple months ago, me and MW did one where basically almost everyone went live before we had a winner. We were, I think we had 6 live at the end or something like that before that last win. So yeah, it got pretty real. We were grinding. But we're following Synesthesia to start today?
I think we start with Synesthesia first. Synesthesia is coming in off of a really, really hot day 1. They played five rounds in day 1, and Synesthesia had 4 firsts and a second to kind of qualify here in pole position for day 2. Not that the points carry over or anything like that, but being on a heater like that and understanding the meta at that level is usually a pretty good sign that someone's in a good spot for day 2. And Synesthesia also, of the players in this lobby, a lot of those new faces, a lot of these players actually, it's interesting, are heavier async players. Most months we have generally 1 or 2 async players on day 2, but this month we had 4 async players coming in on day 2. And the async, it's interesting because in some ways async is easier because your opponents aren't adapting to what your board is when you get down to those last few positions. But in some ways, async can be harder because you can change that slider and increase the difficulty level to fight harder and harder boards. You can get up to that 200% on that difficulty slider. And I think that's what some of these players have been doing to prepare for the tournament. And also, you can kind of see if they're a high-level async player, but their average finish isn't, sub 2, they're probably playing against those higher difficulty boards. And so I think that's what we'll be seeing today. People have been practicing against the best possible boards, but without those adjustments. And we'll see if they can make those adjustments today, in addition to being ready for these really strong other players.
Yeah, I think we're almost ready to hop into round 1 here, but little piggyback off what you just said right there. But some of the things I noticed in async or some of the boards are just different, and I've seen, like, for example, like I tried to play a fluff board the other day in live where I had the golden fluff, double slays, the whole 9, and I had probably like 16 characters in the shop. There was no live. I was just buying as many as I could as quick as good, and still didn't have enough time to finish my turn. So, it's always crazy to see like what strategies they bring over from async, what they can't play. Maybe they know they can't play coming over from async when they have this timer that's breathing down your neck when it comes down to it.
Yeah, I've been this month specifically. I've been playing a little bit more. I made 5K on both sync and async this month, and it is different. And especially, some of these players play on desktops and we're playing on mobile, and the strategies, like the situation you're playing the game in, does affect what strategy you play. That's definitely true. But we see passing up on, I think last month we saw some dataless games from some people, but just going for Mischievous Bruni here, Synesthesia, in game number 1.
Yeah, Ninja. It's kind of funny actually. You see, this is like the perfect call. We have both of the Lord characters, right? We have the good one, we have the bad one. What do you think the advantage of picking the bad one is here over picking the good one?
Probably the biggest advantage is on 3-0. Most of the ranged characters are evil. You're looking at Acolyte, you're looking at Agent of the Moon,
and the Pirate.
And oh yeah, and Gunner. Yeah.
Gunner. Yep.
And Gunner. So you have
my
lots
frontline range specialist. Yeah.
Yeah, a bunch of range units that are really strong on three for Bruni. Also plays better into cats. The 2-drop cat, the little cat, is a good unit that summons an evil cat, but then you get to level 3, the cat box is evil, summons evil cats, and so I think there's just more potential upside for Bruni in the early game, and also a lot of the summon comps late game also lean evil with your Dr. Franks and Frankenstein and other kind of scammy comps that are going to summon a lot of things.
I mean, you're seeing it here, right? The sheep is a 3/6 right off the bat. It's kind of a wall. It's kind of annoying to get by no matter what you are with a 1/2 backup. But also, sheep art, love it. One of my favorite new art. It's great.
Yeah, shout out to the new art and the artists that have been working with the developers to create a more warmer, fuzzy feel in the game. Having these kind of cuter new arts, and a lot of the arts based off of people's pets and stuff that have made it in the support of the game through Kickstarter. Appreciate that support of the game. And we see that sheep, and now we're picking up a beast and locking the rose instead of buying it this turn to try to protect that rose.
Yeah, that seems to be a very popular strat. I think I learned that last month. Was it in the tournament already? I think that's when I learned it. I saw someone leaving the shop and I was like, oh, brilliant. Because I was just letting it die once and then finding something on 2/2 to put on my bench and playing to unit down. But leaving the shop here, if I had another royal, I'd be even more happy about it because I get to trigger that beast twice. But having the one and the item, and still, I mean, dog is great here, cat's fine, you get the evil thing afterwards. So not a bad shop at all, honestly, for 2/1 locking.
Yeah, you're gonna see at least one more unit in this shop still. So, and picked up that dagger, right? That dagger is super clutch. Being able to spend all your gold on 2.1, nice. But especially picking up that dagger so that you have that extra gold on the 5 gold turn 3-0 to be able to potentially buy 2/3 drops depending on what's in your shop.
Yeah, I really like buying 2/3 drops then. I mean, the spell is also tempting just because you have such beef already comparative to probably what your opponents have. If this is the range attack first, it wouldn't have went well though, so great call obviously with the item.
Yep.
Egg is not a royal, big sad.
Does still pick up the cat. Interesting to see if he picks up the royal here or the bluebell. Both of those are very strong plays. Bluebell's probably, once you get to 3-0, bluebell feels like the strongest 2-drop. But wants to trigger that beast quest here, and so picking up the ranged. And he saw his opponent is running a parrot and couldn't see what else it was. So there was something else in this person's hand. Tuna was trying to go for, that classic, I've got a parrot, gonna get a sleigh to try to get more stats on what's in my hand. So we might see something big on the board here along with that parrot this turn.
And also to point out, he's putting the cat in the back because that parrot's gonna have range. So otherwise he'd probably try to catch it with the sheep or something like that and kill it. But because it has the range, he's just gonna give up the cat in the back and then go from there.
Yeah, and going for that maybe potential counter snipe with his ranged in 1. He knows it can't get hit by the slot 1 unit on Tuna's board, and so it might be able to snipe off if he wins the hidden coin flip to go first here.
That's what I call my checkmate chameleon position on 3-0. When I see when I look over the board and there's a parrot, I go, ha! Chameleon in 1, we got him.
Yeah. Always important to be checking your opponent's board. Just a tip to the newer players out there. Sometimes we get kind of caught up focusing on what we're doing on our board and optimized position, but what your opponent's board is going to be that round does matter. We do see, look at that big lizard recruiter that got the parrot buff last turn, and parrot gets 2 more slays.
Yeah, not to mention not only 2 more slays, he also got the slay with the lizard recruiter on the range. So that was just, perfect. He's going to have a bunch of stuff in that shop on 3-0 now. So pretty good setup for Tuna there.
Synesthesia here has got a choice of quite a few 3-drops. Cook is interesting, but my guess here is he sells the sword and buys, but selling the sword to buy the Ori is awkward.
I think he's looking at the good spell, so he doesn't have to worry about this rose. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, because you don't have to worry about the rose anymore. You can just do whatever from there.
Yeah, Now you're picking up a third item, so you probably aren't looking to sell any items at this point. Just like you want to get up to those 7 items so that your Ori is getting maximum value here. And you do have a very big Beast Prince who's now been flipped, so every royal he buys, that will keep growing, and that can become a pretty solid mid-game tempo unit.
Yeah, they get pretty big, and when you're already in something like Prince and those things are scaling along as you're playing it, you can always dump them on the Good Boy Lake, which is, always good. I feel like it always feels at least pretty good. But there was no evil units in the shop, so picking up this Ori and another item just to give some stuff stats feels definitely pretty good. It was going to be weird buying the Princess, I think. You could have bought 2 Royals here and triggered that, but I like the stats overall here for sure.
Yeah, and Ori being that Iron Will unit also helps. If you're a little bit behind in fights, having those range and Iron Will units in the back row can help you get those ties or wins, even though you don't have as much stats up front, depending on the combat RNG.
Well, I didn't realize
there aren't really any evil royals, so the beast here kind of playing against the general Bruni game plan, but should. I mean, it kind of gives you 2 angles, but there's not a lot of synergy between them.
There's a bit of good units in our shop.
Yeah, and there's also some synergy here between picking up that Snow White potentially with the Ori already.
Yeah, and triggering the Royal.
Prince. Yeah, because it's a Royal for that Prince. Although a little awkward that the item in the shop is a 2 gold item, but he can still buy the ranged and then sell one of his little swords to get a better item and increment both quests here with the ranged and then the item. So thinking about getting rid of the cat. I mean,
I thought about the cat for a second too. Item feels so rough.
Let's put the range in the back. Yeah, he's going for kind of the strongest board look. And trade out 1 item for a different item. Working his way up these quests. The Beast Prince now up to an 810. Pretty competitive with most of the things that they'll see. There aren't a lot of 3-drops you can buy that can kill that in 1 hit. So solid place for that. And then having the 2 range in the back. A little weak to a Blizzard potentially on this board. But looks at the opponent's board, doesn't look like a board where the opponent wants to Blizzard. I don't know. I mean, with that big tree.
Story of my life.
Yeah, and if you were trying to play around Blizzard here, you could move that short sword from the Ori to your second range just to give it an extra HP.
I always feel more comfortable that way for sure.
But staying with the bigger Ori here, we'll see if that Blizzard recruiter from Mimple gets a slay here on Trophy Hunter. Trophy Hunter going for Swan strats. I didn't expect to see that from anyone other than Tuna today.
I was waiting and hoping to see a Swan on that board.
But the 2x3 hero power cleans it up. A tie there. More cats.
That is pretty good. Yeah, it's going to trigger the Prince. Yellow Brick Road, I love. Free rolls.
It's Doom Rolls, and it's that the bonus there also, right? Having that Whimsy on slot 1 can be a factor for some comps. It makes some other units like Fairy Godmother better a little later in the game. Slaying School also an option there, but Yoshitsune decides, I want to spend all my gold on other things. Gets a Gingerbread Witch to add an extra aura here, stacking on top of the hero power for his evil units, and picks up another item to keep spreading more of those Ori stats on his board.
Yeah, these cats felt like a great pickup on 3-2. They're not going to come off the board right away. They weren't just buying evil unit to buy an evil unit, and it's just a lot of stats.
We do see that.
I don't know if I would have bought the Witch.
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel kind of that way about both Mysterious Miss Holly and Gingerbread Witch. They're units that really give you a lot of value on board, but like don't like being on the board themselves, if that makes sense. Like they're a back row unit because you want them to still be alive while your front row is all getting attacked, so that you have that aura stats on them. But they aren't a ranged unit. It isn't an Iron Will unit, and so if it's in your back row, if the fight gets to your back row, it's kind of holding you back against what your opponents may have in their back rows. So if it gives you enough stats in the front row that your front row kind of just wins the fight, it's good.
Yeah,
but
great.
If you can't get there, it's a little rough. But with the 2 summoning 3 more cats that are evil and the 2 evil in the front, he's probably banking on winning this fight by the time like his ranged gets to attack in the back row and it not going down to the Gingerbread Witch.
This is the second Swan we've seen, by the way.
Yeah. whimsy strong, I guess. And we do see that front row wins the fight, and the aura just enough, and does some damage there to the Demeter player. More the key to the library. For those that haven't played a lot since the last patch, we did have some with the art changing on some of these treasures. We got updated names. So formerly a library card, now key to the library is seeing 2 spells in their shop. Very strong kind of ore word treasure for a 2-drop. It gives you options. So favorite of a lot of these high level players.
One of my favorite treasures. Yeah.
I mean, it's like having an extra gold to roll for more spells every shop. It's wild.
Ooh, we got a dagger pickup.
I mean, I think we both have identified that Dagger Woman is back in the meta.
Man, I haven't played it since we saw that.
Yeah, it's been a couple patches, but with the nerfs specifically to Dracula this last patch, making him scale off the number of enemy units that die instead of the number of units on your board that die, it's limited those Dracula aura boards quite a bit and opened up the meta a little bit for some of the other strategies. But there's a Milkwoman here, and he's not locking for it, so maybe not tunneling that too hard, but getting this dagger going gives you lots of options, and that strategy being a monk, where you try to get the large dagger, you want to furnace it onto a bag or onto another item, pick up some bags, and then you have a 300 Milkwoman that's giving your front row 200 stats from her support, and that can enable all sorts of other comps. Good boys. I mean, it still works with scam. It works with the mermage. If you summon it in front of the support, then it gives all the stats on the entrance. So lots of potential there. But right now, just starting to work on that dagger, get some stats onto something.
Yeah, the Milkwoman, it felt like a decent call. I mean, it's 4-0. What do you think we're looking for to make this board better, or what we're trying to do here? We're just trying to keep triggering these quests from these 2 characters, because our board is a bunch of low level units. We haven't pushed toward anything yet. I guess we're scaling beast as we go.
Yeah,
look at all the XP.
That is a lot of
That's a whole
level.
You
can't get both of them. Those are both draining spells, unfortunately, and he's not playing Medea, the Dark Witch.
Medea.
It'll be the only way you could cast 2 draining spells in a turn. I'm not really sure. Like the Milkwoman felt strong here, especially with the cats, right? You could have put the Milkwoman in the back, put the 2 cats in front of it. Although he doesn't have any way to convert the item stats to food stats yet, so it would have just been an Iron Will unit without much of a bonus. But speaking of bonuses, how about definitely some bonus XP? Taking a future vision here.
Well, I kind of like that play because as I was thinking more on turn 4, I was like, "There's nothing we want here." Is what we're doing. I was like, 5, there's plenty of stuff we can start building. If we're still trying to take this evil route, we're still trying to scale the beast, whatever we're doing. But yeah, I was trying to think. I was like, "There's nothing really I want on 4 here."
Yeah, I think the level 4 shops right now are the most difficult to navigate. Like, what's high tempo on 2 and 3 is pretty clear, but getting from there to 5 drops, which most of the end game builds, right, start with getting some key 5 drop, a Dracula, a Melusine, a Sea Witch,
Watson,
a Smithy, a Watson. There's still a lot of variety in what you can go with from there. I mean, even like an Apollo, can help build into a Sunlight or Good Light or good Light, Sunlight or a Good or Mage comp.
Yeah,
so a lot of the 5 drops give you a really solid direction, but on 4 it's a little awkward. We see a pirate there, but we don't have any summons yet that's summoned from our hand. We see a Rapunzel there, but we don't have Rapunzel's Prince. There's another one in the shop, but it's 5. He's just skipping 4, right? That's the play.
Yeah.
Why stay on 4 when all the good stuff's on 5?
Yeah, to your point, when you're talking about 5 too, when I'm chameleoning or kissing stuff, there's so many dead hits on 6 where I'm just like womp womp. But like on 5, there's so many live things. It's usually I'm trying to aim for that area to try to get to.
Yeah. We see Brashi here with that Rapunzel and Rapunzel's Prince. Upgraded Rapunzel's Prince, so it's got a lot more stats than that Iron Will. But the Rapunzel incrementing towards his quest. A full batch of treasures over there, though.
That is a pretty good shop if we're looking for cats at any point. You already got 3 summons coming out.
Mm-hmm. You can get a lot of extra stats on your board with the cat bottle and the cat charm.
Yeah.
But also a porridge pot, not a bad option here.
Going for both. Why not?
increases the stats on all your board. It is furniture, so it is giving another 4/4 to your Beast Prince, and opens up more options for it. We talked about Milkwoman earlier being strong. Talking about like good boy comps being good late game, and food comps are also still very viable. With pick up some porridge pots, pick up some fishermen and flounders on 6, and then any combination of other units that can just use those stats can maybe get you there.
Yeah, and if you noticed, Bruni kind of just being the menace throughout the lobby, right? Like just kind of chipping away at everyone's life total every single fight. It's just like, oh, there's one unit in the back. Like, take 6. Here's 6. Here's 5.
Yeah.
But no one has gotten to synesthesia yet.
Nope, since he's still at full health, 30 health here, playing a really and maybe changing our mind a lot. We got 2 gingerbread witches on a board on 5/2. I mean, it's technically 4/2, but looks like 5/1 here from synesthesia's perspective, and still running those 2 gingerbread witches.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely argument for the 9/5 with that sword, the ranged in 5, because that'd be pretty good. You're only getting stats on the 2 cats, but I'm gonna trust synesthesia here. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, and keeping all of his units on the belly hasn't sold a lot this game. I think that might be an important takeaway. A lot of times it's tempting to sell out to buy things early in the game, but as the game progresses, the things you can buy get better. And so if you can save more of your resources later into the game to buy those things, it's a generally stronger tempo strategy than selling out for the best thing in your shop on 3/2.
Yeah, especially when you're sitting here at 30 health.
Yeah. Got a big crab here for Yoshitsune the cat and some sleigh on it. Oh, he's got the yellow brick road and fairy godmother going now. Also looks like took a future vision, would be my guess, to be on 5/1.
Yeah.
So
ooh, we're getting pretty lucky with these non-rolling hits here. Another cat is great.
There's also a stack of pancakes, which is, for those that don't know, that's the plus 12/12. And also, if it's a farmer, give it permanent 10 preserve. So
are we just rolling through our future vision?
I mean, didn't see anything that they wanted, and so they aggressively rolled away a couple turns of it. But maybe you're turning something evil here and buying a Frank. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe he just wants to hit 6.
I imagine he wants to hit. Yeah, I imagine they want to hit 6 next turn, so they don't roll a 3rd time. But willing to use 2 rolls there to try to find stuff they actually want, right? You get those 3 rolls of future vision, so you might as well use 2 of them.
In my head,
actually, wants
to
stay on 5.
Yep.
Maybe hoping to find a tier 5 treasure, find that 3rd cat model.
Feels like it paid off picking up another pot here, not gonna lie, because I think it kind of goes to my point what I was saying before. Is like there's a lot of misses on 6. Like a lot of these 5s like build the comp, and it just feels like sometimes like getting those units is more important.
Yeah. Especially
maybe not for cats though, because cats is just 6 is just a better version of everything. The lower end cat, so.
It's true, but staying on 5 gives you access to some of the other things that aren't necessarily cat comp, but go well with the cats, like the Watson we talked about earlier, right? Hero attack is very valuable, those magnifying glasses. And so might see something like leaning for something like that. Dracula is still like, even though it doesn't scale off the number of things that die on your board, so cats aren't necessarily good for Dracula. Dracula can be good for cats, especially with Symbol of Unity. It can be an aura that often exceeds the value of Cat Queen if you have Symbol of Unity for your cat's board. So that's also an option. But I mean, right now, leaving the options open, right? 2 cat bottles, they're good, even if you don't get a lot of their cat stuff, just because the stats they share and summoning the extra copy just wears down other boards. And then the 2 porridge pots here give, kind of a food angle, good boy angle, farmer angle.
Yeah, a lot of different angles with that, yeah.
And so slowly taking those gingerbread witches back out, but working in just more high value units.
Tuna is really hoping on the swan hit. Oh, he got it. He nailed it.
He's got that Dracula. Did see quite a few of Synesthesia's units die that time, but not enough power to win the fight. And now we see Herding Dog here. That is a 5-drop now. That was a change last patch. Herding Dog going from 6 down to 5, but now only shares half of its stats unupgraded, and then full stats upgraded instead of full stats and double stats when it was a 6-drop. Yeah, I mean, that's a really high value play. You've got a 4-drop in the shop, and you can unstable transformation note when you have 2 pairs of 5s, but does not hit the cat bottle or the
Yeah, that would have been a really cool play.
We've got a royal on board, so we could Knight's Oath there, get the sword, but opts not to instead. And we see a pirate and a Watson now.
Yeah, is it too late?
It's 5-5-1. I don't think so.
It is not too late.
And you can see here he's going to probably sell down for this pirate.
This is gameplay after my own heart.
And then I imagine you swap the beast out from in front and put a cat model in front of it. But we'll see if Synesthesia gets there, chooses that. There we go. Puts the biggest unit in slot 1 and get those extra summons in front of your Watson. And I mean, hunters are strong, but like a lot of times it's not hunters, right? You're using the hunters to power up magnifying glasses to make some other comp.
You can play anything, yeah. The sky's the limit at that point. Just keep buying magnifying glasses.
And in the meantime, the reason that that play is so strong is that other comps, as you're building into them, you're like weaker until you get to a certain point. But Watson and this kind of pseudo hunter strat, because it's powering up your hero attack every time, every round, and the payoff is at the end of the round, right? Things are dying during the round, and then if you lose like the fight on board, then it goes to your hero attack after it's been powered up. It can help you stabilize and get those ties from your hero attack, cleaning up opposing boards because you're Watson value.
Yeah, I actually love it. I've been loving Watson. I've like doing a lot of different stuff with the magnifying glasses. It's been a lot of fun. Does it work with Milkwoman that way?
What do you...
If you have a bag and item magnifying glasses, it convert all those stats?
Bag converts 10% of the item stats to food stats. So if you had a magnifying glass in a bag, it would give the magnifying glass stats, and then the bag would then give 10% of whatever those stats were as food stats. I'm fairly certain.
Yeah, I feel like that could get out of control.
Yeah, if you can get enough hero attack, it's a big deal. We see a true you here, but not really anything on board that you want to bump up a level, right? There's no like upgraded unit on your bench that
yeah, I'm ripping it on prints every time, but obviously something different.
Just a free spell. Might have a Hecate later, you never know. Might as well cast it. Turning more things evil now to get your aura on them. Interesting that he chose the pirate here and not the cat bottle. The cat bottle gets the most payoff there from having more stats. But here's another tier 2 treasure.
I mean, if you're throwing into 6 and you still think you're making a Dr. Frank build along the way, I guess you just do it on pirate, right? You just assume you're not playing cats all the way through.
Yeah, I can see that. There's a Smithy's hammer here, but doesn't want to spend his mana on that. Would rather free roll to see more things in the shop. Couldn't buy that magnifying glass because the mid-tier magnifying glass does require mana, and we again hit another thing we can't buy because we have mana. And now, do you just sell your pair of 3s?
No, you have a bunch of items here. Yeah, you don't have the Ori anymore. You just have a bunch of random little items. Seems fine. And now you can play another cat on the board.
Yeah. Hero Mask, Fate Scissors, Elemental Swords, all great options here. I know you're a big Hero Mask fan.
Yeah, in this situation though, if I was in a tournament with a bunch of cats, I'm not gonna lie, I'd probably snap up that Elemental Swords and try to keep surviving and building my board. But yeah, if I'm playing normally in a normal day, even by myself, I'm taking Hero Mask every time here.
You can see Synesthesia to make this choice, because this is kind of a big fork in the road sort of decision. What you choose, like your first tier 5 treasure and the power level of these treasures. He like checked the other boards in the lobby. He's like, where's everybody else at? What are they doing? Do I need to try to high roll here, which is going for Hero Mask and maybe hitting something really good, potentially down the road, be able to swap heroes, get more and more heroes? Or can I just take the solid tempo play with the elemental swords here, just to have more stats? And he got to that Sundiata board that was a similar cat board that looks ahead. Had 2 bigger cat choirs, more cats, and was just like, nope, we need to go for a bigger play here to try to close this one out. And you see now he's also moving that dagger to his cat model to get more out of those stats, instead of continuing to scale it off the Beast Prince and kind of moving into more of a win now sort of situation.
Yeah, I think I would have actually misplayed there. Funny enough, I think I would have taken the core, the hero that gives you the fusion.
Core fusion?
Yeah, and forgot that the Beast Prince was getting stolen by the dagger the entire time. It's like, I would have thought, I was like, oh, they got a bunch of stats on there. We're good to go.
Well, it's 50-50. I'm going to fuse onto something, but it's actually...
Yeah, it's going to be great.
It's funny. getting a lot of scaling here on our
Ooh, so close.
it's Watson, but the 14 hero tag just a little bit short. But we got a free coin. We got another pirate. Lobby just hit 6-0, right? Everybody was, most of them were on the same XP once Synesthesia dropped his Future Vision stats by Future Vision XP by rolling. He does go for that. Gain extra health here. There is a core fusion. I mean, 2934 is not a meaningless amount of stats, but I think you'd rather find a key 6 drop or a rune too early. A lot of auras you'd like with this, but can't really go for them yet.
I wonder what he's looking for. He skipped a mirror and a Frank there. There's a Dr. Frank there.
Dr. Frank being able to summon so many of these cat boxes, it will be kind of a max summon Dr. Frank. Or
Yeah.
close to it. You have the one evil pirate, Dr. Frank himself, and then up to 6 cats here.
In the shop also, we have an evil spell. So if we decide to sell this Snow White, we'll also be able to pick up something else here and make maybe the other pirate evil.
Is it the other pirate or is it the cat bottle, right? I think the cat bottle stays on board for quite a while.
Yeah, I guess Synesthesia agrees with you there.
And if you triple up that pirate, it just is evil because one of them was evil.
Okay, that's a good point. That's a really good point.
So making the second pirate is more evils now.
Look at these swans. There's like 4 boards with swans. This is awesome.
How are we so far behind? Tuna was ahead of us on the meta. It is swan meta out here.
Yep, he was ready.
I mean, it is.
You know, if he probably picked his hero thinking, you know what, this is the best for swan.
It is the tier 3 character that has the best scaling into the late game. It's the only character that, like, there are a handful of characters that have the cast spells, right? You have Book Mage, you have Jekyll Hyde, but Swan, you have Crystal Rose, but Swan is the only one that triggers that off of Slay, not off of Dying Breath. And so it's the only one that you can multiply that without World Tree, right? World Tree's fluff shenanigans, you can, if you've got the Tome of Wonders achievement out there, congratulations. Some of us don't have it yet because we don't buy fluffs. But it's the only one that scales off of Slay. And so there are lots of ways to give yourself, whimsy, the Moonlight, the Yellow Brick Road. And I mean, Swan, it's just a lot of stats.
We have a lot of stars coming out here. Let's see if our cats can eat these up. And like you said, we are going to have basically a max summon Watson at the end of this, which is really, not Watson, Dr. Frank, which is really nice.
And we got up to 20 hero attack, but we're just way behind on stats compared to this board. It's going to be tough. But the Frank popping there before the Watson, so we get the scaling off of these units dying in front of Watson is really clutch here and may actually make the difference in tying this fight.
Very rare. Oh, it does make the difference. 23. It
23.
was 21.
Wow.
Yeah, that's insane.
There's a Dracula there that you could switch out to, but wants to keep this Watson in, and so buys the Cat Queen here.
I wish I could have spoken to Synesthesia. When you have a Watson on the board and you roll for the item shop, they don't show you magnifying glass. They don't exist.
Picks up a stealth here for his Cat Queen.
Oh, and it's right there for him. Nice.
There's the full magnifying glass. 5224 is a lot of stats. The dagger has quite a few stats on it now at this point as well. But you'd really happily use a furnace to turn that dagger into more stats on this magnifying glass.
And we're getting a 3-drop treasure next turn. Don't forget 2. There's a couple pretty good ones. We're pair gaming pretty hard, so some of those could work together pretty well to get us either
now
treasure or double it up.
We're fighting that Sundiata that he saw earlier and had some hesitation on his treasure choice because of their board. And they've got an upgraded Watson. They've got lots of cats. And last turn cast a Cersei's Cup against somebody. That's pretty savage this early into level 6.
Oh, must be nice. You have money like that.
Especially like Sundiata's at, still above 20 health here, like not afraid of dying at all. That's a I'm gonna knock you out of the game sort of Cersei's Cup.
Yeah, but the health didn't change that much last turn from what it was the turn before. So I don't think that plan worked for the knockout. Maybe he was actually worried about another board.
That's true. Could be somebody else out here that he's afraid of. I mean, that cat acquired the Slay board. Who else? We're gonna further down. Oh, that's a pretty mean Slay board. Mimple's got put together here.
Yeah, it's what are we on? We're on 6-1, correct?
Yes, we're on 6-1. big Phoenix game from Yoshi. All right, we got some interesting. There's kind of a mix of stuff. We're seeing some cats, some Watson, but also it's kind of looks like it's mostly actually this kind of Watson cats or Slay. So I think panning through most of the lobby there, that's a lot of what we're seeing.
I thought we got to an even 6 last turn, so I'm wondering why you played the evil gingerbread witch in 2. Because it didn't add anything to the Dr. Frank, right? Maybe I miscounted.
Maybe, but just having that aura on board for the cat bottle and the other evil things, like I don't know what else you'd be playing here instead. I mean, the beast is still big, but we only get 3 things out of Dr. Frank because the other stuff just doesn't die. But one of them being this Taylor is going to make it a pretty easy cleanup. And even with 55 by 2, it doesn't matter if there's 3 things left.
Yeah, that Taylor in 5 was pretty clutch.
All right, Oni Katana is interesting, but Anvil here with this much hero attack helps you find more magnifying glasses. And I think that Synesthesia agrees that that is the play even this late into a game. If you're going for this build, you're essentially building for magnifying glasses. That's why your Watson's been here the whole time. That's why it's still here. And so being able to find as many magnifying glasses as you can warrants picking up double. Now we've got double spell and double item shops.
Yeah, I actually have been taking Anvil so much more since magnifying glasses came out. I always knew it was a good treasure and like understood where you're coming from, but never liked to play it. But as soon as magnifying glasses got into the picture, I've taken Anvil quite a bit. Ooh,
another magnifying glass here in that second slot, right? Anvil already paying off 65 attack for your fire mage. There's also a cat cabinet, and
yeah, I don't know how much he wants to go directly. Oh, he's gonna do it. Yeah.
Pick up the cat here and then lock for the magnifying glass.
Do you like that? You think it's worth locking for the 3-drop one? Oh, I mean the 4-drop one, right? Sorry, that's the 4-drop with the mana.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's pretty inexpensive next turn. You didn't even spend all your mana this turn. Like, you're not really looking to spend mana, and so spending 3 gold at the start of next turn to add 65 attack to your board is meaningful. And he's fighting the ghost. I think maybe the main factor here is that he's fighting the ghost this turn. So he'd rather get those extra cat summons from the cat cabinet than have the 65 power this turn.
Yeah, I like that.
I think if you were fighting somebody else in the lobby, you're adding more power to your board this turn to try to either knock somebody out, because a lot of people in the lobby are getting down into low health, or to preserve your life. But because specifically you're fighting the ghost, you can go for a scaling play here and lock for the power for next turn.
Ooh, next turn, don't forget we're also getting a treasure from Juan.
Oh yeah, another tier 5 treasure.
Yeah, I
that
just
could,
remember that.
could open up some possibilities.
Yep.
Elemental swords can come back. We could get Cat Altar is probably what he's really hoping.
Cat Altar for sure. Yeah, I'm sorry, Cat Altar for sure.
That's probably like that's the play. Cat
That's
Altar
on the wish list.
Yeah, the top of the wish list is Cat Altar. I think probably right below that might still just be Symbol of Unity. Still really strong on these boards.
I mean, look how strong our board is right now with any of that.
Yeah, we don't even get the full Watson scaling. 2 things live in front of Watson. Also, Hero Helix an option here with the double heroes.
I'm in.
You're probably not utilizing the double spells so much anymore with this comp. I don't know
You
what
don't even
spell.
have to convince me. I'm in. Yeah, Hero Helix, lock it in.
Holly's Gold, though, also just value. We want to keep...
Oh, did you see the shop? Look at the items.
So many magnifying
He
glasses.
cloned it. He just cloned a magnifying glass over there.
Okay, so he's thinking, I just picked up 2 more magnifying glasses. I don't ever really need more than that. Only plays 1 of
Oh
them.
my goodness.
Oh,
Some
yeah,
guys
just-
have all the luck. Look at this beautiful shop.
You have to sell something to buy them.
Yeah, you know what the worst part is? Yeah, we have to make the decision what we have to sell. That is the worst part about this shop. Oh, do we get rid of the Snow White, I guess, with one
You
away?
could just buy the tier. Like, if he bought the other magnifying glass, he'd have practiced Snow White, and then he wouldn't have to make that choice.
Oh, my
Because you want to practice Snow White here first, because it could give you +1. Oh, he just really, because you could get
I know
Baby
what you're
Mimic
saying.
or
Yeah.
Beans there.
And make it a 7, yeah.
Make it a 7
I like
or double
Moonlight.
the 6.
I like the Moonlight. I've been loving the Moonlight with these summon boards.
But interesting, you go for the tier 7 play there after passing up the potential tier 7 play.
Yeah,
Synesthesia has
not
been
playing the
crushing it.
risk.
So
Yep.
we're gonna learn from synesthesia, but it feels a little weird.
Yeah, there. I think it was just like one of them was a risky route, and one of them was the direct route. And since he's just taking the direct route, like you're
Yeah,
gambling when you go for the Snow White, and then you have to skip the roll and then sell the Snow White itself. I guess.
yeah. I bet does it the other way if the item in the shop cost less. Like it costing 4 meant that he couldn't buy the item, skip,
Yeah.
sell the Snow White, and get back to the money he was at to buy both Dr. Franks. He'd have to sell something else. And he clearly doesn't want to sell his tier 5 pair because he's digging for a cat altar.
Yeah, and you
So
don't want to sell the 2/3 drop any of the cats because they're summoning from the pirate. So it's just you're such in a weird situation.
so if it had been a 3 gold item in the shop, buys the item first, Snow White procs, gets that choice, and then keeps going. But the way it was, had to just give up on the Snow White. And we do lose our Cat Queen, which is a lot of our stats here. But we are still going to have an upgraded Dr. Frank, giving you just a big reload here. But I mean, those aren't exactly the ones you're looking for.
Hunters.
And that Phoenix coming back is just too much stats.
But I mean, shows the advantage of picking a character like Bruni, right? We were at 30 going into our 6. We were just casting future visions and rolling, having a great time. So I mean, we can take a little bit of damage here and not be too scared. But we got a little switch of characters going on over here.
He does have a stealth orb, so you can, if you wanted, put another Dr. Frank in the front with stealth.
Yeah,
That's a pretty reasonable thing. There's also another giant magnifying glass, and he's like bouncing over
the mage. Yeah,
the mage here.
I mean, that seems right to me.
It's strong, but it's kind of weird on a summons board, right? Like the things on the board aren't going to be high value if you add 40 attack to them, although it does still add
Get
40
the stuff
attack.
in your hand.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So, I mean, I would just take it. It feels pretty good. And look at the shop. Magnifying glass plus that. It's kind of just like the setup, like, enjoy it.
Yeah.
But this is just a bonkers shop all around. There's so much you can do here.
You're just taking the cat and you're just getting out of Fire Mage. That's draining. So if you want to buy the magnifying glass, you have to buy the magnifying glass before you swap heroes. You have the gold for all of it. No passing up the 150 stats on the magnifying glass and getting an extra life.
But extra life seems great. Ooh, there's a second cat queen.
Like really snap pick. There was a Hercules in that one of those options, but like really valuing that extra life.
And I guess we've gotten to the point where we don't care about the Watson scaling anymore. We're just going to use what we have and give that to the stats on the board and go from here.
That looks like the play. We have a Fire Mage to hit back row. We have a Moon Mage to give everything some attack, so that it threatens the whole board.
And don't forget, if we get this cat upgrade, the 3-drop one, we're gonna pop that sunken treasure, get a 7-drop, and then we can make the pirate chain instead of 2, 1, and then put something else in the board.
Yeah. I mean, we've got a bunch of pairs right now. We have the pirates a pair. We have the cat queens, the cat boxes. We still have the 2 porridge pots sitting in our hand. We've had there forever. Just
keeping
continuing
food alive. Yeah.
Yep. Just refuses to sell out because he wants those treasures later. They're just such high value. And we see a chair. I mean, it's going to negate a lot of the value off this hit. I'm curious to see what comes out of this pirate for Gabby. I mean, it's just stats, right? It's a Peter Pan board. You're just making stats. It's fairy in bottles, and these 4-drop supports. That's a pretty nice spell hit. It's 2 more fairy in bottles. It gets the right. Oh, the order there, super clutch to help secure the tie. And now you see another pair.
You just have to sell the Watson, yeah. Oh, or the cat cabinet. Wow.
Interesting. Like, I guess if you hit 2, 5, like, I don't know. Feels weird to sell the cat cabinet instead of the Watson, although it probably doesn't matter. They're both never coming back. There's the furnace for this dagger, but doesn't even want to cast that. Wants to go first with Fire Mage on board. A lot of these summon comps, it doesn't really matter so much, but with that Fire Mage in 1,
oh,
first
this is a doom roll. We're doom rolling a treasure.
I guess.
Yeah, I mean that's because we had 2 opportunities of picking up 2 other 6-drop pairs that we didn't pick up here. So we're just, we're ripping through looking for any treasure. I think.
Out of Fire Mage, just war attack.
We're
Against
playing
a
against the
slay board, you want to
board,
make
so we
sure
wanna
that nothing
trade.
slays and
Yeah.
lives. Did anything in the back have low enough health the fireball kills it? Probably not. Double checking. Oh yeah, they're all 60 to 80.
2 upgraded Nocturnes back there.
And has an Excalibur Scabbard. So like
Oh, I
anything
forgot
that
that.
player buys this turn also upgraded. Oh, they've got a mimicked mimicked Helix on Demeter there.
Demeter, that's where all the stats are coming from. That's
So
awesome,
every
actually.
every 4 turns he keeps something, it gains like plus 20. No, it's like plus 30 now. Right?
If we're going first, I kind of like this Fire Mage. If we can kill those Nocturnes with it, man, we would be pretty happy.
Because it goes up by 2 every time. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. It gets 27, 27 every 4 turns to the stuff on their board. You can see why that's starting to outscale a lot of the lobby. Why Demeter's taking over first place here. Slay board with that much free stats to help ensure the slays and keep your backline units safe. It's only +1/+1. Never mind. So it's not 9, 27, 27. It's 7, 21, 21. It's still a lot, and there's an upgrade.
Still a lot. He didn't get a moon though, so not having the moon here is the only thing giving us a chance still, right? If we had a moon, we were just hoping on pure scam.
Yeah, but the stars.
Oh my goodness, that's a full house. We got a full house of Taylors. Have you ever seen that? I don't think I've ever ripped Quadra Taylors.
Two mirrors as well. One of them in a slot there that blocks
Oh,
all those Taylors. I mean, scam always has a chance, right? That's the thing about scam.
Whoops, all Taylors.
Always has a chance. There's an aura rune. You want the aura rune? No, we're like moving away. We like benched one of our cat queens.
We
There's
did
our
it.
tier 7 treasure.
We finally did it. What are we taking?
Spell Reflector and Wolf.
Oh my goodness, I didn't even see it. How did I not even see it?
I don't
If
think
he
that's the
doesn't do
play,
it, I'm
chat.
leaving. It's the play. First of all, unlimited 6-drop treasures, easy. Everything's a summon. You still get all your bonuses. You're gonna
But
get a
you don't
doppelganger diamond, so you're gonna get 2 of your strongest wolf.
Yeah, it kind of it makes Doctor. I guess you make sure you put the Dr. Frank one in the back. Your cat queen's kind of weird, but
Yeah, he's
opts to
not
just
cooking
take
like us. Yeah.
free upgrades. I mean, free upgrades. This is also free potential tier 6 treasures.
Ooh, here's a regular G6 treasure though.
15 health. You have Savitri, so you don't have to YOLO for this. Going for a
I was gonna say, is there any world you put the stealth over on your pirate? But I guess you just don't care that much. You rather get the teacup effect.
yeah, especially against these huge variant bottles. This pan is running right. It was a bunch of variant bottles with big stats and then ranged supports behind it, and also then a pirate. So if you can shut off that pirate, that negates a lot of the power here from Gabby's board, or just zeroing out the. I mean, each one of those variant bottles is 100, and then it gives it's like 2.5 times that stats to a unit. It's like 400 stats. It's a lot of stats.
I'm gonna be honest with you. That Dr. Frank we have in the back is basically guaranteed to have at least 4 Taylors in it. So I'm not really worried about the fairies. At the end of the day, like they don't really scare me that much.
You could still buy that egg. Why we're just rolling? Oh, we don't buy it. You're right. He's right. I'm crazy. We have.
You would have got me. Yeah, I would have bought it. I would have been snapping that up.
Really
Holy
good patience
grail.
there for Synesthesia. Recognize that he can waste the gold to not lose a giant treasure. Starlight Strike coming in, 100 damage on something, hits a mermage. Probably the thing that Gabby is happiest to see get hit here.
For sure, because then it opens up the spot for the cats too, right? So you just should take it.
We get more cat summons. Yep. That's really a key cat hit here because that gives the Frank 5 spots to summon stuff into. And we're just
We
going
got
to get a
all
bunch of
books this
random
time.
spells. What are the books going to give us? Not a lot.
We need a make it 1 life spell here. It didn't happen.
No Make It 1 life spell and no Cersei's Cup. And so synesthesia going down to 9 HP now.
We finally found an evil spell.
Bottled Lightning, Scarf, Daedalus' Workshop, all solid choices, but drops that second hero power for Bottled Lightning.
Mermaid, so good.
Making the board big.
Yeah, large. Oh, the demon. Nope, we're out.
Nope, didn't want it. Okay. I mean, there's not really a spot to put it right now as long as we still have these 2 cat queens.
We have 2 cat queens. We're playing against the ghost this turn, too.
You could buy the pirate here. It's going to be an upgraded pirate.
Yep. Do you think you thought about that?
Probably just skipping the tier 3. Yeah, I don't think you buy that here unless it's going to be upgraded. Because you want, like, you'd rather just play a full board, but by upgrading it, that specific pirate, it's like you're still full board, right?
Yeah.
We don't have shooting stars, so Oberon's not doing a lot here. There you go. So you can summon the 2 cats with your front row pirate and your back row pirate summoning Dr. Frank and
whatever.
Sure, a 300, a 400, 100 fire mage. You put the 6-drop first
with stealth, and then you just play the fire mage on board. But
that's also an option. Important here to note, positioning wise, the reason synesthesia moved the 2 6-drops to the left is because what you never want to happen is for them to hit your back row, kill your crew member first, and your crew member summons, or your rescue runner summons your 2 cat boxes. That is disaster. And so you want your 6-drops further to the left so that specific disaster never happens, because the pirate in the front can never summon the 6-drops.
We just sold the dagger. Yeah, I guess we don't care about those stats anymore.
And gets an orchestra for his trouble. Oh, doesn't get that moved over. So we could have a situation here where he ends up with a porridge pot on board instead of his upgraded supply cabinet. But there's nothing flying on this board, so that's very, very unlikely to happen. And it's 2 cat comps, but this fire mage is about to get a beefy hit and take out both the cat queens. And that probably just secures it. I mean, that cat choir is still kind of big, but we have a Dr. Frank still coming out.
Yeah, all we care about is just summoning that last cat at this point, right? As long as this pirate dies, we're happy.
And the pirate's not even... Oh, it does.
Oh, we're good enough. We got it good enough.
Oh, take 20. I mean, it was a ghost fight anyway, so that's like... But, I mean, we've seen people knocked out of tournaments by situations like that where you're at, 11 life, and oops, you popped the Frank. See you later.
All right, this feels like a problem for us, the slay board, right? So I'm interested to see what he does here, try to get out of this.
There's a Frank. Frank's a lot of stats. No Frank. Wings. You don't really have anywhere you can put the wings, though. You have a fire mage. Your mermage has all the stuff on it, so like wings doesn't really go anywhere. As like nice as it is. Stealthing the pirate to try to make sure he gets maximum summons. Oh, going for a shield unit. I mean, it shows 200, but it's gonna be a lot bigger than that once it's on his board because the mermage stats goes up to 600, 300. And that's another option there to really bully Slay Comps. And he's just like, wait, where do I put it? Like, I have a divine shield thing, I have a stealth thing. Put the egg there, okay.
Where do I put it?
Another stealth orb, but you can't get it on board yet. Is he expecting something in the back row to get hit off the top? Fire
yeah, I was
mage
wondering if he was going to buy that.
Okay. Yeah, now we're going for multiple reloads.
Full scam.
There you go. That way, it's more likely there's space in the front row before your pirate pops. You're summoning both Dr. Franks out of that. I mean...
This is a crazy board.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the hero attack has enabled the magnifying glasses, enabling the mermage to just put stuff out here. And like the tech swaps, right? We were playing Fire Mage for a while. We swapped out of Fire Mage into Teacup. We swapped out of Teacup. We swapped into this Wizard of Oz. And we just kind of keep changing it up. But yeah, these...
We're relying on scam here.
These Women in the Moons are too big to beat in any conventional way.
So we're just gonna keep making them bigger before we try to scam them.
I mean, as long as they're about the same size, that makes Succubus a viable scam option. There's a Tailor and we only get one upgraded unit.
Yeah,
And everything just gets deleted by the stars.
That's right. We have another chance. We have another shot at this.
Yeah. We this time it'll go different.
I believe.
Like Cersei's Cup, right? Like you need Cersei's Cup here on one of the slay multipliers.
Yeah.
To just limit what the upper end of what's about to happen. But yeah, Mirror, a very solid slay unit. We see that upgraded Mirror in 1. Like it's always gonna be able to slay the thing across from it. That's the thing like that makes Mirror good in slay. An upgraded Mirror is always twice as big as whatever's across the board, so it has a really high odds of slay. He's gonna try to brick the Mirror by leaving slot 1 empty, giving up his lightning in a bottle stats. Wolf bait here pretty nice. You could also sell out some stuff here for a tier 5 treasure, but doesn't. I don't know that there's a tier, like, I mean, Scissors. Scissors is nice against Slay. And, you know, I think like you might get a viable amount of stats. Wolf baiting the Mermage also may be an option so that it summons in and gets the double stats.
Yeah, true, good call.
But like, it just seems like you can't outstat.
Do you know what my play was going to be here?
Slay.
My play would have been put the 3-drop pirate in the front, taking the mirror, and try to summon the mirror into the moon slot.
Yeah.
Because you already have the stealth orb, so you can set it up the way you want it.
That's true. I guess wolfing the Mermage also lets you do the Mermage thing that it wants to do and like kind of brick the mirror. It makes the thing that you're summoning bigger than what was there when the fight started.
Oh, I like the Tailor pickup too. That's insane in 5, but we take the cat cabinet out even.
It's just a question, like the way that lined up last time, right? We got our scam units out, and then the whole board immediately got mowed down by stars, and so it's really like a timing thing here. And we don't even have the negate the first damage, the egg that we had last time on one of our units. They moved their mirror to 2, predicting the attempt to blanket, I guess. Okay, but we've got a better setup now for the Frank dies first. Super awkward.
It's not that awkward because we still get, you know, all these stars out and still get some stuff out, but all of it was misses basically.
And they were in the wrong order, right? If you get that Succubus in 5, like that's huge, but the Succubus is in 4, and in 5 we got a unit that doesn't do anything. And so Yuriku with this monster slay board picks up the win in game number 1. Synesthesia gets second, and we'll be able to update everybody on the points in a little bit. Is there anything else you wanted to add to that before we take a quick break?
Man, that was one game. That was crazy. That was so much stuff going on. Man, I would have been locked in the cats from the start. We wouldn't have veered off nearly as much as they did. But man, that was crazy. That was only one game. I felt like that was a lot. But yeah, that was an awesome game. We'll catch you guys in a little bit. Anything you want to say before we take a break?
No. See you all. Wait. Reminder: if you're in the stream, remember put in the. I think there's a code. It should be. What is it? A crystal. Where's? Got it around here somewhere. Nope, I don't have it. There's a code for crystals.
Yeah, you should exclamation point crystals usually, right? It should work.
Exclamation mark crystals, and it'll give you that code that you can redeem for 4,000 crystals for hanging out and watching the stream today. So you can do that during the break. Maybe get up and stretch a little bit, drink some water, and that's what we'll be doing. And then we'll be back.
I'm gonna try to process what just happened. We'll catch you in a bit. Welcome back. We're coming into round 2 of this day 2 of the FTF monthly. Game 1 was crazy. Usually I call them the warm-up game, watching her playing the first game of the day, but there was no warming up there. We got right into it. Both boards were insane at the end. Went pretty deep in the game too for these. A lot of times you see people closing these out, teching out, but they were teching and adjusting back and forth at each other, which made it very hard for either of them to close it out, especially with that extra life that we were watching Synesthesia play with. But we get to follow the person in first this round, and that's Yuri, and Ninja will tell you some more of the standings now.
Yeah. So after game 1, we talked about before how the points here work. First place, 10 points goes to Yurikyu. Second place, 8 points, Synesthesia. Then going down from there, Gabby got 7. Houdinus got 5. Yoshitsune the cat got 3. Mimple got 2. Tuna picked up a point. Barashi, no points for that one, but we'll have a chance here because nobody's live after one lobby. Got to get at least 19 points to be live. So we're going at least 3 rounds, no matter what. But could be a lot more. We'll see. I mean, that round 1 went, lobby 1 went a lot of rounds. We'll see how many lobbies we go. I did want to point out kind of an interesting the way those finishers lined up. We have 4 players that qualified from the sync ladder. We kind of talked about this earlier. 4 from the async ladder. It's the most async qualifiers we've had in a day 2. But the sync qualifiers got 1, 2, 3, 4 in that lobby. So tough lobby 1 for the async players, moving from playing those games where your opponents don't adjust to your board to these tournament lobbies where players are checking. We saw how much Synesthesia was checking his opponent's boards, changing his positioning, making his purchases for the turn, his treasure choices based off of what he was seeing from the other players, and how much that affects kind of the flow of the lobby.
Yeah, we had a new main strategy for 3 different turns there. We went from full cats, we picked up the fire mage, which all of a sudden it was what we were doing, and then we started trying to focus back on the summoning into the Dr. Frank. So we were just switching every single turn at that point. So it was fun to watch. We didn't quite get there at the end. Some of the ordering didn't line up the way we wanted to, but always hard with all the pirates. But I'm ready for round 2. Looks like the players are ready for round 2. We're gonna hop in here.
Yeah, it's a little tough when you're summoning 2 Dr. Franks out of 1 pirate because you don't want them on your board to protect them early, so you make sure you get the back summons. But then you're summoning them both out back to back, especially off the back of popping a cat box. You want to have a lot of open space on your board when your Dr. Frank dies. And it can be awkward to build that sort of board. And we see a snap pick here, Yurikyu picking up Morgan Le Fay.
Yeah, and what you're saying about the double Dr. Frank, I think if I'm good at anything in this game, it's summons at this point. If I was going to take claim to fame on anything, and I think always I'm keeping that unupgraded Dr. Frank in the front and just trying to summon that upgraded Dr. Frank as late as possible. Because even if you get a book or a mermaid or a siren in 1 or something lucky from that front row summon, use the stealth orb to have that get hit last, you can get really lucky there and then just have a full pirate summon out of the back with your Dr. Franks at the end of it, stuff like that, just to try to guarantee those summons, because it gets so cluttered. I mean, you could definitely high roll and hit right, and everything works out fine, but I just like the guaranteed scam units more than I like the risk.
Yeah, and if the scam is the main strat, right, there's not really any harm in moving your cat queen earlier in the back row and putting the pirate all the way in maybe 7, so that there's just more space on the board when you get to that. But we see a snap pick of a happy little tree. This is a start that I think Moo and I both have been kind of down on for a while. But we're seeing a pick up right away. I mean, Morgan Le Fay is a character that can do some silly things with spells, being able to double cast stuff. So picking up a unit early that gets a lot of stats for free, right? If you buy that owl, you need to be casting spells every turn. And I think I've talked about this before, that Morgan Le Fay isn't really a mage character. Mage characters generally are characters that want to cast all their spells all the time. You want to use your mana every turn. But Morgan Le Fay doesn't do that so well. Morgan really wants to cast 2 spells and then wait 1 shop, 2 shops, as many shops it take to get a really high value double cast off of that hero powered spell. And so we see Yurikyu immediately kind of still going into maybe an owl as a side play here, but wanting to pick up that tree first to get that scaling on it from its bloom ability before focusing on the owl. But I mean, you still do get to cast extra spells. If you spend your mana, it is a 3 mana hero, so you can cast more spells, especially if you find those free spells. but a little harder, I think, to scale Owl on Morgan Le Fay than it is on like an Odin or a Sphinx even, something that just can get spells cast for free. So we'll see how Yurikyu kind of transitions this into mid game, how much they focus on using their mana every turn versus prioritizing double casting impactful spells. We do see, oh man, that is a huge beast for Barashi's board. But you get to immediately treasure up the Happy Little Tree. Well, that's pretty nice. We might get no sunlight. I think the best find here would have been the sunlight treasure. Gives you even more mana, and you can put that tree in slot 7 to get twice the bloom stats. But instead gets Moonlight here, which could be very good for this little Wizard's Familiar. If you can get something that casts combat spells, having Moonlight on the Wizard's Familiar doubles the stats it gains from its triggered ability while in combat. So it makes Book Mages and Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, and Crystal Roses a lot better. Although it's kind of weird because you want the Moonlight unit, you want the Familiar in 1, and then you want your Dying Breath units after that. But if it's big enough, it's going to survive a hit, and then you'll get to those Dying Breath units, cast those spells. Moonlight also really good. We saw a lot of Swans last round, and that might also be a consideration here when picking up the Moonlight for slot 1. Giving the Moonlight to the Swan Princess gives her Whimsy. So when she slays, it casts Unstable Transformation in your shop, and that increases your Whimsy counter. We saw a lot of Swan boards last time. Like, I think 4 or so of the players were pretty heavy into Swan. And so that is also a consideration here. But taking another loss early in the game, and Morgan Le Fay, I mean, your power keeps paying off further in, but already at 23 HP, but the Swan has arrived.
Did you miss it?
Welcome back.
Oh, we have Swan gameplay. I came
Swan
back every time.
Yeah, so the Happy Little Tree triple into picking up the Moonlight treasure, I think is going to really help enable this Swan play. But I will stand by that, you know, we're watching someone with a Swan and 2 tiny Wizard's Familiars because they've cast no spells.
Yeah, I was going to say no spells. You're not wrong, but hey, we're going to cast a spell here, hopefully.
I mean, I don't know if Yurikyu checked his opponent's board yet or not. It feels a little strange to put the Swan alone in the front. If the opponent goes first, you lose that coin flip. It pretty much guarantees your Swan gets KO'd here, or you could at least make it a 50-50 by putting the tree in the front.
Yeah, and if you have Parrot, you'd put the birds in the front and just let it get eaten by the tree, right? So I don't know what we have there.
Yeah, so just banking on, you know, I lost 2 fights in a row. Surely I'll get lucky and win this coin flip, maybe?
Well, production, Justin from production, we always win coin flip easy. That's what they said. So yeah, we should be fine here.
Yeah, fighting synesthesia. This is the top 2 from last game. Now this one, and
we did not win easy.
Did not win easy, and that the 3 attack sword on the board farm boy killing the Swan. I mean, that's a huge setback. Like, you get to cast the spells, you get the Whimsy because you're in Moonlight, and it's buffing your 2 owls in the back. Like, we would have gained, what was it, like 4/4 onto this board, plus seeing a higher tier unit in our shop this turn. That's a big deal that slay got missed.
Yeah, we bought the potato and immediately cast the 1-turn upgrade spell. I forgot what it was called right there, but yeah, I don't know. I mean,
why the Oslo's upgrade? Why is the Swan not big?
Yeah, true. Shouldn't have more stats from the Oslo.
Maybe he has entrance. Oh, he has preview entrance turned off. Wow, interesting.
Okay.
Generally, that's a setting that I think almost all the players play with. The preview entrance turned on, so you can see, you get a better idea of what your board will look like when the combat starts. But Yurikyu playing with preview entrance off. So, you know, counting on their own mental calculations to do their positioning.
Better than me. Do you like that range in one there? Is he only doing it for the bonus here?
Yeah, I mean, because it's gonna make like having the range one gives you more chances of your swan getting to attack here.
Okay.
Because your range, whatever's in one's not gonna die when it hits, so it's something
Yeah.
else that they can swing back into. And like you're not getting any HP on it from your swan slaying, but you are on the owls, and so the owl slaying is the owls be on board when you get that slay is a higher value, and does get the swan slay this time. So
And
that
gonna
should,
pick up at least the tie, yeah.
yep. Tuna there, casting the wave, getting the cleanup for a tie. Get your unstable transformed gunner. 16-15 is
Yeah.
pretty good.
I was gonna say for 3, that term going for Death Shadow looking pretty good over there.
And
another
there's-
one too, and we need to sell potato anyway.
Sell that and the sword pick another 16-15. Easy. Now the swan probably moves back to 1.
Whoa, we're gonna take the tree out. This is like a me play. I think everyone always makes fun of me on stream when I do this. Yeah, take out the biggest unit you have. That should work out fine.
I mean, this is... I'm just trying, like, it's a weird balance here. Yuriku is not playing strongest board, but Yuriku is also not playing best scaling board. It's a weird, the balance here, yeah, like going down the middle here, you're benching your biggest unit to keep your owls in, but you're not putting your slay unit in 1.
There's a piece of me that wanted to just put the mage in our hand for the turn and let it scale off our pirate and just have the tree in for the turn.
Yeah,
or maybe he looked at the board and was like, this is better for this turn, like the range in 1, swan in 2. Maybe he's just not worried about the swan slaying that much.
It's just so high, like working towards the tier 3 treasure, you have the snow cap, so the swan will get the whimsy. The swan keeps growing in 1, right? Because you have moonlight for it, so it gets those whimsy stats.
Yeah.
Not casting the free roll here because he's at 2 on his hero power.
I would have cast it 3 times already. I kept looking at it. I was like, why isn't he casting that?
It would be +2/+2 on both owls and extra attack on his slot 1 unit, but again, like I talked about off the top, Morgan like doesn't really like just spamming all the spells. It wants to cast 2 low-cost value spells and then wait to find something good to cast. And so, passing up stats to try to find something better. There's a mage that gets value
on 4-0, and we have whimsy in 1.
Might get a mage treasure here. There are a few hits on 3. Wizard hat, nope, goes for baby mimic.
I like the wizard hat there, but I could also see the advantage of taking some baby mimic action.
I mean, yeah, oh wait, swan going into 1 now.
No, there's no way we don't play the trader in 1, right? On 4-0? Giving him moonlight?
I don't know. I mean, you could play the trader 1 and lock for this spell, and you can
and then your shop's
that's
just getting huge. And we're buying stuff because our board is not finalized at all.
What do you mean?
And we're not getting a slay.
I don't know. I mean, that's probably why the trader's in the back, right? Not very hopeful.
Yeah, but we don't want it. Doesn't care about the slay. We're going to be casting spells anyway. I guess we don't. So maybe we're just actually hyper focused on XP for the spell, right? We're at 2 on Morgan Le Fay. We're looking for XP here or nothing. Like, we're not going to be casting spells, so why put that thing in 1 anyway, right?
Yeah, I mean, scaling your shop is a way to scale into the late game, but so is just getting there faster. And if you can get an XP next turn, you go to 5 because it's going to be double.
Yeah,
and then you can look for tier 5 treasures to double up with your baby mimic. But like, we're at 17. You're trying to like spike your power curve, but you're like you're like less strong now in the hopes of hitting that spike. But if you don't hit it, it's just splat, right? Like
and maybe you're on the all or nothing plan. Because you won the first round, right? You came in first, so maybe you're on that all or nothing plan. You're trying to place as high as possible, so you're going for the riskiest play. But still, I don't know. We'll see.
That's true. That like the points wise, there's not that big of a difference from.
And we got the
like if you get first, you're live. If you don't get first, you're gonna have to do well in another lobby anyway. So like anywhere in the top, 5 is fine. We're not casting the go first ball again. We have 2 owls on board that are 4 HP owls because we just keep passing them. So there's the future vision. You lock for that. You go to 6.
Oh, pretty good. There's no
Wait,
way we're
are you?
selling. Okay, no. I was like, I know that hand placement anywhere. Are we selling? There's a piece of me that wants a Nuki in one, yeah. Because
Yeah,
I
with the
understand
Moonlight?
the other not needing the Moonlight on the other things, but Tanuki just seems like all upside.
But he's not even locking for the Future Vision.
Maybe
not
that's not the XP we're looking for.
We don't want temporary XP. We want real XP.
Yeah,
Also, it's expensive, right? Six gold is more than any of the other XP spells. The other ones are four gold or less. So there's that consideration as well. When you're a little bit behind on tempo, spending 6 gold is rough because you're going to spend that 6 gold and then immediately have to roll. The Future Vision is not going to roll for you. You're still going to have this shop and be level 6. So you're spending 7 gold out of your 10. You'll have 3 gold left. So you could sell 3 things by a 6 drop if you hit a good 6 drop. And we've talked about this before. There are a lot of whiffs on 6. A lot of 6 drops are payoffs for having bought good 5 drops.
Have we given up on mages? Look at our hand.
I guess so. I mean, have we given up on mages, or were we really not mages all along?
Yeah, we're in mages. Yeah, we were never mages to begin with. Sure.
We've got 3 monsters on board. We're giving our Moonlight to our Tanuki. And it's like 30-30 and friends is what this board is.
30-30 and friends.
Which on 4.1 is just not a lot. See the hamster here who did this has found a treasure. It's a double caster, but also only has 1 mage. Now their 1 mage is as big as all of our mages, but really, really struggling there. Who did this for getting stats on their board, and the 30-30 was enough.
Do we have a fairy?
It's just like we've been waiting so long to cast a spell. Like
there we go. Did it. We finally did it. Bye, Swan. Yep. We're gonna do the 30-30. We're gonna really sort of. No, there's no way. I was saying no.
What?
What are we waiting for? All right. Well, I thought, dude, if he rips this, I'm gonna be confused.
Buying one of these
Tanuki, yeah, we got 2 Tanukis. I wonder what we're waiting on then. I thought we had it. I thought we finally did it. I was so excited.
And like we bought this Swan, we didn't invest much in it. It didn't pay off much. We're not sitting on the bench with 2. We've sold our owls because we haven't been casting spells, so they don't have stats. But somehow still at 17 HP. I mean, that 30-30, like a couple rounds now, has been instrumental to not dying. So glad we found that. We're not going to get to baby mimic this tier 4 treasure, but we are going into 5. So we're not likely to see. We get 1 shop slot open. We can still buy this. Roll once and buy a 5. We'll have 11 gold. But what tier 4 are you looking at? Ravens? But you're like not mages anymore. You're not spamming spells. Maybe it's just runerizing power, just stats. Is it treasure map because you have?
That's what we're getting here, 100%. You already know that, right? It's gonna be treasure map, the food treasure, and what's the other 4 one that's hard to use randomly? There's one more of that like genre.
Yeah.
Oh, the book one, the one that gives you stats to your book.
Oh yeah,
that'll be so. Yeah, that's my guess. Yep, It's gonna be treasure map and those 2, and we're gonna have to take treasure map.
Making your EQ really work for any points that they're trying to get here in lobby number 2, coming off of that pretty clean win in lobby number 1, right? They're playing to meter. They got ahead on a sleigh board and just kind of steamrolled the lobby from 20 hit points. But this lobby already lost more hit points this lobby than they did all of last game.
Ooh,
and
that was
taking
a rough
another
one.
big hit there, going down to 8. But here's your power spike, right? This is the big turnaround. Mana catalyst, kind of awkward with 3 mana.
Oh man.
Reroll for 8 health, and we're rerolling treasures. Get them. There's XP that takes you to 6 next turn. You don't have any mana, but that's probably not a problem.
And then we have to play this ranged, right?
Just buys the 30-30 instead.
No.
I respect that. it was just like set up. Here's the XP play. Wait, no, I probably need the 30-30 to not die here.
Maybe we just maybe the number 2 is our lucky number, so we like to keep it on the counter right there above our hero.
Maybe we're just waiting for 6 so we can double up a double HP spell on this tree.
Whoa!
We just need to make it 3 more rounds, then we'll have a
treasure?
150 health tree.
Yeah, and a treasure. We'll have a treasure too.
But yeah, 2 tier 4 pairs and the reroll, so pretty likely to find another tier 4 treasure next turn. And then we get another one the turn after that. But no mana ascetism for double XP here. It does, for the record, only take away your mana next turn. Double casting mana ascetism does not drain your mana for the subsequent 2 turns. It just drains all your mana next turn twice. So it's not that punishing of a double cast as XP spells go. But yeah, just picking up another 30-30 here. Just some stats on board. Looked at their board. Looked like there were some supports in the back and a radiant fairy and a bottle in the front. And so trying to pick off those back row units with the 2 Tengus here to limit their options and create a better combat scenario. Tanuki in 5, giving up that Moonlight Slay on the Tanuki just to try to make sure that it gets the Slay and we live. I think this is we checked our opponent's board, and this is a how can we live combat.
Well, if that were the case, I probably would have taken the Mana Catalyst and just, if I was already committed to never casting a spell again and I was trying to live, I probably should have taken that double up Mana Catalyst at this point.
Look, there was some option, like the double caster wasn't bad either, but
it was okay. I'm on the trying not to die plan for sure, like you were talking about.
Killing let's go on the range, but he immediately picks it off. That was a huge save. If
we probably lose or tie.
Yeah, it would not be going well. They've got doubled up treasures. I got all sorts of stuff on that board, and we're Slay.
We are Slay. We're full Slay. Oh, there's another one. He caught it the last second.
You pick up the Sea Witches here because they're a ranged unit on
board.
Well,
he's gonna sell too, right?
No, I think you.
I would.
Just don't.
No, I would. At this point, I'm selling.
What's the
I'm selling
on your board?
What did you say?
Where's the not like?
I'm 6. You just take the 36 out. You sell everything on in your hand, the 36, and you put Nocturne in 7, and then you're good to go. And then you actually have a path, and you're scaling right away on 5-1.
I mean, you're already scaling. Everything on this board is a monster.
But Nocturne.
You have you have Moonlight for your Tanuki, so they're all gaining everything on the board.
But look at the 4 things in your hand, and look at that 36-28. Isn't the Nocturne just a little appealing with 3 times your slays?
But it's weaker on board.
Wait, even if you get a slay?
You're giving up the stats.
Yeah, but you're getting the stars, and you're gaining stats.
Maybe.
And you're getting 3x the stars. You're getting 2 Sea Witches.
Yeah, but they're only like 4 damage stars.
You get a pile of them.
It's true. It's true. I think this line is strong, although I'm kind of confused why the ranges are in 6 and 7 instead of 5 and 6. You also, I mean, the other option here would be like it wouldn't be unreasonable, but Tanuki in 5, the second, not Tanuki, the second Tengu.
Yeah.
For the second Tengu 5 to put the 2 Snow White Bright Miraculous in the front.
You don't get the effects from the Sea Witches, but you still probably get the slay.
And also, I just don't think he wants to sell it. Selling out here is giving up. Oh,
yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely based gameplay. This is what I'm talking about.
Now the Nocturne moves over. Okay.
Yep. This is the board, dude. I'm telling you.
It's giving up a tier 4 treasure too, right? We have those 2 Tomorrow traders.
Nah.
So like,
we have this Mimic. We already have 2 Sea Witches. Look at us. And we rerolled. We're about to get a treasure after we win this round flawlessly with our 6 new Nocturne we just got.
It's just a big commit. It's a big commit.
It is a big commit.
I would not make that commit there. Moo definitely would.
100%.
And it looks like Yuriku also makes that commit, right?
I mean, if you give an FDF player more than 30 seconds to stare at a board, it's dangerous. It's dangerous. I would have convinced myself out of it, back into it, out of it, and back into it again by the time that whole time was up.
Synesthesia a Midas here doing a summon comp with some stars. Doesn't hit the Tanuki first. Tanuki gets that slay, a bunch of stats for the board. And we got, a few numbers. Oh, but those stars are so big. Oh, if he hits the pirate, he loses.
We die, yeah. And there's the pirate map. Is that the food one too?
He just skipped.
Yeah.
It was not what he was looking for.
Two out of the 3 of my guesses.
Picks up another ranged unit here, and the Melusine is I guess he looked at the opponent's board first, and I didn't catch what was on there well enough because that seems like a stretch from here.
We're a real sleigh board now.
And Nocturne's immediately out. We sold out for that Nocturne. And
We
then
would have been,
immediately
because we died. If we were still chilling, you know, we were fine. And look at all the stats we got. And Melusine triggers automatically.
Most of that was the Tanuki. Most of these stats were the Tanuki.
We'll give you that.
But like, really committing for this tier 5, right? That's why the Melusine's in 1, because Tanuki in 1 is still better scaling. It gives HP if it's in 1. It does not give HP in 2, because the Moonlight's only slot 1. So really committing for this tier 5 treasure this turn to try to double it up, even though that's weaker in this combat. You're 1 HP, playing a slightly weaker orientation to try to get that big power spike. There's a soul absorption in the shop. We're going into 6 next turn. If we weren't going to 6, if this was 5-1, you could convince me to lock that to, like, I guess eating something for 5 health doesn't really change the math. Because 6 health, you're always dead. Yeah, it's true. It's the start. You could soul absorption something this turn and then soul absorption something else later. Then you don't die.
It's a start.
That's a big. Tuna's got a big Phoenix over there. But this, like, you look at the HPs now. Hamster's out. We have 4 people on life support. The Midas is kind of middle, and then the Jafar and Apprentice just crushing it, right? They're almost at full health still. So very, very top heavy lobby this time around. And right now, Yuriku fighting for his life against this Sinbad, who's got some treasures that have been doubled up.
What do we got doubled up? I didn't catch it.
We're about to find out. Doubled up over here. Tuna is doubling up.
The rainbow.
Doubled up
Yellow
Whimsy.
Road.
And he's got a flying. Oh, the Tanuki doesn't get the sleigh. What's coming out here? Summoning the Dracula.
Maybe that's all he has left in the hand to summon.
Oh, Tuna goes down to 4 HP, even more on life support. But here's a doubled up.
It's time! The prophecy! Yes!
Doubled up Hero Mask? Skip.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. We hate treasures. We hate treasures.
I think you hit reroll.
I believe you.
If you'd taken Hero Mask, you could swap heroes here, and that would have been pretty bonkers. Oh, here, we got another tier 5 treasure. This time. Crescent Blade, right? Yeah.
You have to take this one.
Okay. Now we have a plan.
Hey, look, our Nocturne's back in. Oh, look at that. Look at that. You love to see it.
We have a plan here. The question is, can we live long enough to see it come to fruition? Because we are at 1 HP, and we're fighting against a Pan that... Pan's boards can change a lot between rounds, right? Because every round, their shop in general is getting larger. And so what you see is not always what you get. You could be looking at a board and be like, oh, yeah. And then you click fight, and then they have like 200 Fairy balls on their board. Like, very scary to go into this combat against a Pan at this stage of the game. Because their board can change so much in one shop round. But we're committed. I mean, we didn't get a good enough look at the board. If there's anything in the back low enough HP, we can fireball it. Probably not. It's a Pan. Most of the stuff on their board usually is like tempo-y, 20s and 30s at this point of the game. So fireball probably not doing much here. Locking just for those 2 Nocturnes. What other tier 5 treasure you really looking for? Like, we're on 6. He's locking for these 2 Nocturnes instead of looking for a woman. What tier 5 treasure? You just got a Crescent Blade baby mimicked up. Tier 5 treasure do we want that bad? Maybe it's to find a Shard of Excalibur so that you can instant upgrade your woman in the moon?
Yeah, maybe. I think we skipped a shard along the way.
We did.
Yeah.
100%.
I guess the sleigh item's better, or the sleigh treasure was better, though, for us.
Yes. Sleigh treasure is the best case here for this board. I'm just curious what tier 5 is worth spending 10 gold on. I guess it's just more scaling, have the upgraded Nocturne on board, but it's like not that much stronger. The stars aren't any bigger from upgraded Nocturne other than his stats are higher. Doesn't like increase the numbers on the card. Gabby here on Pan. And there it is. Those Fairy Balls were not there, and now there's like 500 stats worth of Fairy Balls on their board.
Yeah, look at that big book
And
too. Not messing
I
around.
think that's GG, right? You're just not gonna be able to get through all these things.
Yep, and we're gonna go
we're
visit
gonna
Gabby.
Jump over to Gabby. Gabby doesn't have a stream up.
Uh-oh. So who do you want to jump to?
Let's try to. Tuna should still be in. We can jump to Tuna.
Alright, let's do it.
And let's see where Tuna's at right now. Because Gabby didn't have a board up. Tuna is cooking some stuff. This is
What's
async
happening?
player play right here, chat. He's got 2 yellow fluffs. He's got a shop full of things.
Wait, when did we get fluffs? Was there fluffs on this board before?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
He just found him, I guess. I don't like.
Maybe he's going scam here. He could just pick up all these evil units and just play a full scam board and try to survive.
He had that Galahad. That's Galahad?
Yeah.
The quest guy? Lancelot. He had that
Lancelot,
Lancelot in, and he was trying to get it to trigger, but it's at 101 still. And he's just swapping into. You could do that on the pirate. There's not really a downside to wolfing pirate here.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, maybe he's just trying to think about getting to this Dr. Frank here. Nope, he's out.
he's got 2 free rolls because he's doubling up Whimsy and your. Oh, the other one that's
It's doubled
Camelot?
up. Yeah, Camelot. Yep, that's why the Watson's stretching across.
Okay. So he's boosting all his front row units, and he's got the double free roll, double Whimsy. But no Swan Gaming. That is a core fusion. Core fusion, but what are you core fusioning here? You're Watsoning you up to 23 attack. You're not playing the second blue fluff, even though you have the yellow fluff. He's flying on the mirror. That's probably a tech choice for what he's facing his turn. Good Boy is here to save us, but not on this board.
He's hunting. Yep.
I mean, you have the Camelot. That super boost ring is like
Yeah,
a
pretty good.
line. That plus the Merlin, but not what Tuna's looking for.
I wonder what he is looking for here. I wonder what he's
Because
thinking.
you could pick up that ring, that Merlin, and then like a Kiev with this big Phoenix could be pretty solid. But Mimple here, some picks off the mirror. That's
That's the best hit.
Versus cap. Oh, but then that dies. And Tuna's out. All right, we're going to Mimple.
Pop it up.
Just a tough spot there for Tuna going into that combat. Not much he can do.
Yeah, the only option I think he had, like I said, was just taking that original shop and just completely changing into scam. Like taking the Dr. Frank, taking the wolf on the pirate, putting all your evil units in, and just kind of praying for the best. The stats weren't going to get there.
Just recognizing that you're too far behind to
Yeah.
win
And
the
just
fight.
going full scam and saying, hey, maybe this works. Maybe we get all tailors.
Swan and Oni Katana going into a Fire Mage now, trying to get multiple Slay triggers and pick off some backline units. Interesting. I mean, what a mix of stuff. The Swan here, tier 7 treasure, doing a lot of work. Because most of these units
Well,
just
we're
don't
about to
have
get
any
another
stat.
tier 7 treasure as soon as we can figure out how to get a 3 or higher treasure. So we have sunken chest also.
And Mimple still has one of their Hermes Boots spells on 6.2 as Adventurer.
Yeah. I'm thinking about changing this Lancelot with this candy cane.
Yeah, to a different upgraded 6-drop.
Yeah, we're just
I can
not
see
in
that.
any builds that are close to Lancelot. Might as well just make it something.
And Lance having to hit 9 more times to
Yeah, to activate, sure.
activate. Probably not going to happen. And so Lancelot just coming out. I mean, Lancelot probably still better than the porridge pot. And what's Mysterious Mrs. Holly is still on board? This is just a weird collection. Like, he's picking up tech units, right? Fire Mage is in, Teacup is in, Taylor is in. We have 2 Fairy in a Bottles just to give stats. But the build here is just I have a stat treasure so I can run scam tech units.
Amazing.
There's an Athena, but you don't have any good holy units. Does want to go first this round. Be able to pick off that moth or that pirate before anything else happens. Pretty helpful here. Also, the boost ring with no boosters.
Yeah,
I guess
saw this
they
on the
were
bench
probably
board.
they were probably running that mermaid at some point, and like we're kind of in a sleigh comp, right? You see the mermaid, the the agent of the mood, and the tanuki in the hand. Like this was going to be a sleigh comp, and then stuff happened. And now see the fireman. Oh man, these pans, those fairy balls just keep getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, the thing's huge back there, but it might not die. Oh my goodness.
Gets the teacup on the pirate into the tailor on the huge unit.
Beautiful.
Do you want to put the 100 on something else? Actually, it's not 100. It's only like 70 50 because the swan stats there, making it look bigger than it is.
Only 7.
Synesthesia here in a pretty. That's a lot of summons and a Frank trying to hit us something at the beginning of the chain here.
I like the sound of this.
Or is he just lining this up to fusion onto the Fire Mage? Onto a Radiant Fairy? Fairy in a bottle? I mean, it's the most stats. But it's kind of committing to staying in this Fairy in a bottle long term, which feels weird. Not bad, but weird. I mean, the Miss Holly's not giving that much. You have 2 good units on board. I feel like the cat bottle might just be more stats.
Yeah, I think you might be right on that.
Oh, Wizard of Oz? If you can hit that pirate before you kill the stuff in the front row, you're denying a lot of the stats, but not opting in for that either.
We're looking to pop this treasure.
I mean, yeah, the ideal here would be finding the 3rd fairy in a bottle. That would be the best case.
Maybe thinking about Merlin.
Yeah, range unit to go in the back. I mean, the Porridge Pot of the Miss Holly are just not. They're doing a little bit, but not doing much. And so, like, there are a lot of things that upgrade those. The question is it worth spending the gold to upgrade those versus trying to find something a lot better? And right now, it seems like Impulse looking for a lot better, right? Not looking for those marginal upgrades. And thinking really heavily about this Dr. Frank, but you have 2 evil units, so it's going to spawn 2 units.
But if they're both tailors.
Pocket egg on the tailor to try to guarantee, I mean, it still doesn't guarantee. If their first unit hits it and then their second unit hits it, you don't get it. There's the tier 7. You don't have much time.
Rushing it out here is spicy.
5 seconds. Excalibur coming in. Holy Grail.
Grail safe.
Oh,
Did
doesn't
it
get
get
the
it
unit in. Oh,
No!
nope. Laying down a unit on 5 HP with 2 upgrades as soon as he could buy something from the shop. But, like, oh,
The worst hit.
Trigger in a bottle gets hit. Fire Mage doesn't pick off the pirate. I think we're about to be watching Synesthesia. Oh,
No, he never used his Adventurer proc either yet. He hasn't taken damage since he's been Adventurer.
Yo, he swapped into Adventure at some point?
Yes, he had to.
That makes more sense. I thought it was,
Yeah.
but yeah, okay. Had the
We're
free
still alive.
That makes more sense, chat. That's why you take the Holy Grail there, because you know you can't die. Woo.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. All right, you got down to 5 HP and you used your free life. Your top 4. What are you buying to upgrade here?
No way. No,
change-
really?
You might get a treasure map off this, right? You're skipping.
Witch Hunter is probably better than the Oni Katana.
Yeah, because the Oni Katana can't be that many stats right now. Like, just looking at how big the slot 1 unit is, it's just not that much. Entrance rune, if you had a mirror, maybe? You're not doing that for Porridge Pot. We don't have any stars. I mean, just when you're. That's the thing about like this. Like, I have Swan, and I don't really have a build. Like, you still don't have a build. You like the first thing you buy is never gonna be the build, and so it's just awkward to get from here to something. Another Tailor and a tier 5 treasure?
Feels like the only thing you can do at this point. You're in a pretty rough spot against this board. This board's pretty stacked.
Yeah. Hero Helix on nothing? Like, that does nothing? Like, actually nothing right now? If you'd had the Hero Helix last turn. No, because I think the prevent damage thing is...
Yeah, an entrance. You have to get
an
it.
entrance. Yeah, greetings. So Hero Helix doing... I mean, none of these do... Shooting Stars kind of does something. Kind of. But he's just going to skip. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. None of those were going to do enough. I'm just, this is like 6.3 or 6.4, and there's still a Mysterious Miss Holly on board.
Yeah.
There's another Tailor. You just sell
We
the Miss
need it.
Holly for
Yep.
another Tailor? Super stealth for your Tailors? That your whole back row having stealth is no different than your whole back row not having stealth.
Yeah, true.
I guess, no, it's just not different. I mean, if the Tailor in 5 attacks first, then they're guaranteed to swing back and hit, giving your Tailor in 6 a swing.
Oh no, we missed the good boy too.
Okay, we get the good boy with that one.
Oh.
And, all right, that was Brashi. Jump down to Brashi's.
Let's go.
All right, Brashi's cooking up a good boy's board because good boy is always here to save us.
And actually cooking it up. This is a lot of stuff going on over here. We have good boy with the double dying breath rune. We have a little bit of Arthur going on. We got a little baby boost ring on it. There's a random giant Hakate in 4. Signaling we've been casting a decent amount of spells this entire game while we were going this. It also seems that every other person that we've watched has Camelot or has gotten a chance to have Camelot, except for the one person here who'd really like Camelot.
I mean, they've got the
Oh,
Fairy-
hey,
Fairy Tale.
y'all want some more Arthurs?
They've got Fairy Tale books, so all their shops upgraded. Unclear exactly how they got there, but they've got it.
Yeah, they do have it.
I don't think, yeah, Arthur in 4 is never really that good. You like good boy. Hey, there's a good boy for 4. You put that good boy over there. Probably ends up being more stats than the Phoenix.
Yeah, but the Phoenix you could put in front of the key, right, and get the same effect of being able to fire multiple times if you wanted.
But now you've got 2 Arthurs in front of the Keeve, so like,
yeah. But you could always just put the Merlin in the back, like in those. It's the same principle, right? At least you get the guaranteed attack from the key that way.
yeah. If you're trying to get those guaranteed attacks.
I'm always scared we're gonna die.
I mean, this board, there are some formulations of like boost comps that are resilient, especially like the Bagwoman, right? Like your backline unit that's giving all the stats is also huge. This is not that board. Our backline combined has 80 hit points. Like we are very vulnerable to spell damage, to fire mages, to any flying unit. And so just really hoping that the opponent's going to try to fight our front line first, because this good boy gives out thousands of stats, and then can then chain into these Arthurs. There's a potato in this shop.
Free money.
No downside here, I think, to selling the rat and something else. Maybe it's the 3-drop to get that potato just for money. I mean, I guess the rat's actually a mana on a future turn, but like,
Yeah.
I think you'd rather have 2 gold and 1 mana most of the time at this stage of the game. Double casting that. I mean, it makes the Merlin boost bigger, and we currently don't have anything at 2 health, so shouldn't be a problem. No poison apple coming out. They do have a Tailor. Oh, it breaks the egg on the Tailor. Tailor hits the Phoenix though. Not a good boy or an Arthur, which I think bodes well here for Barashi. I mean, stuff's coming out and there's still a lot of stats. Teacup gets taken out. Doesn't hit the...
Oh man, so lucky to hit that Arthur after.
And Synesthesia knocked out here by Barashi. Good boy comp, top 2. We have Good
top
boy
2.
and Pan. Gabby here on Pan. That is a big fairy in a bottle. But fairy in a bottle...
back.
Fairy in the... Yeah, because it's trying to give the fairy in the bottle stats to something that comes out of the pirate, I think.
Wow.
But the, like, fairy in a bottle buffs 1 unit, chat. Good boy buffs 3. And I think that's kind of the deciding factor here in this kind of war of stats. It's just very hard for that Fairy Ball to outstat a good boy comp
Oh, we have a full pirate build there.
in one shop.
Yeah, good to go.
Chain summoning not that helpful with good boy boards though. I mean,
No,
you
yeah.
can do it, especially with like a symbol of unity. You can do like good boy.
It's good if you don't want the thing in 4 to get the good boy buff.
Also true, yeah.
Another good boy.
I mean, the good boy has more upside than Arthur. But with the Keeve, the Arthur's pretty high value.
Yeah. Sure, a little bit of stats, a little sprinkle on top.
There's an Aura rune, not really that impactful. Merlin doesn't really care about increasing the boost of your other team members by that much. Do I want to spend my last mana on this? They do have flying. There was a flying rune on the slot 1 unit for Gabby. So that is a real concern here for Brashi. If specifically his Guinevere gets picked off at the start of this fight, he loses a lot of stats.
I mean, we just picked up 2 boost rings this turn. We're looking pretty beefy.
Yeah, but those only boost the front line, right? And
I know we only got 2 drops anyway.
Like, he's not mousing over the good boy, but I'm guessing that good boy has less than 30 permanent stats.
Yeah, true.
If he loses the Guinevere, like, it's a house of cards. So losing the Keeve or the Merlin, not as bad. Merlin, kind of bad, but the Guinevere here is the important one to see how this combat RNG goes. He does get to go first and may pick off the flying unit straight off the top.
Go straight. You can do it.
Gabby also casts a go first spell, but doesn't have a double caster, so he doesn't go first twice. Oh, it only goes down 50-50. That's not
That's not too bad, yeah.
I guess
But that is a big fairy. Look at those fairies, dude.
And they're going to keep sharing stats. But the Phoenix comes back, and it is also very large. Oh, but not large enough?
No, not large enough.
Woo! The 50-50 of stats from the good boy from the Guinevere dying actually still making the difference there.
And without being able to get treasures, it feels like it's going to be hard for us to keep scaling in the right direction, right?
I mean, Dying Breath Rune, pretty good.
Yeah.
Put that on one of the Arthurs instead of the boost ring. It's a lot of extra stats, but you're only ever likely boosting one thing with the Arthur now, because you know you're losing a backline unit at the start of the fight. What you'd really like is eggs, right? The protect eggs. Putting those on your backline units.
Yeah, that would actually be kind of insane, especially
help ensure that they live.
Yeah.
Rummage. Gain some life.
Always.
I mean, every spell you cast here is scale. Like, you have double caster and Merlin, so like casting spells is just more. The other thing you can do here is if you move away from Arthur's into more good boys, losing your backline units doesn't matter as much.
Yeah, I like that plan. That's a good
then
call.
your good boys are more likely to buff other good boys that are then likely to buff the range units you have left, whatever you have left in the back.
Yeah, the remaining ones.
Like, losing your backline units is much more impactful to Arthur than it is to good boy.
If he wings the good boy and he knocks out the that flyer, it's gonna be. I mean, he didn't have a lot else to win. It was just like, actually getting advantage.
I think he's selling a boost ring and the Hecate here to wings his Keeve.
Oh, maybe.
Wings and Keeve usually pretty strong. Then your bonus attacks in the back row, but no, just actually deciding no, I don't want any of this. There's another upgraded Guinevere. Like, you just sort of like the other way you can go with this, right? Is if you get a Uther.
Okay.
You can transition. Oh, that's pretty big. If you get an Uther, you can transition this into a back row boost comp, which will end up having more stats, because then you're sharing all of your boosts to 3 units in the back, and you can make your Keeve very large, and then your Arthur's dying doesn't matter as much. But gets 1 protect egg here to hopefully get some free shots with this Keeve. Into the combat again. Both of them cast Poison Apple. Merlin gets the Poison Apple.
Oh, good boy hit the siren.
And now look at the Arthurs just have no stats.
Yep, the poor good boy.
We get a free shot here, but we don't have enough HP, right?
No, I don't think so.
And
Oh,
if
if we
you do the
went
order,
the other way, yeah, we were fine.
the tie if he goes the other way there. Unfortunate. Fusion? I mean,
Nothing has real stats, right?
yeah, the Kate probably doesn't have real stats. 50, I mean, the Phoenix does. You could fuse those. The Phoenix is 60-60. You could put those Phoenix stats onto Good Boy and then put another Good Boy over there, or put the Merlin in that spot, put another Keeve in the back. Like, I don't think it's another Arthur.
Yeah,
I
not
mean,
skipping all those good boys.
I think I'd put the stats on the Good Boy and replace there's the Uther. This is the line, right?
I think they agree with you.
I think you still want the Keeve in the back with one of the boost rings.
Yeah, and then the Arthur in front of that.
Yeah.
Trying to figure it out right now.
Yeah.
Because even at that point, it's better to even have the Phoenix in the back than one of the Keys, right? I mean, one of the Arthurs.
Yes. Generally, you still want the Uther in the back because you don't want him dying and then the whole thing falling apart.
Yeah.
Because, like, the first thing that they're attacking with isn't killing one of these anymore, right?
We're going to go for the change.
It's just a lot more stats. And, like, the other part of this is, like, you do this, they're going to just, like, Gabby's got 3 flying things now, right? He, like, identified, oh, you're doing that. I can go this direction. Oh, Hercules.
Hercules.
Gemini does nothing here. Daedalus also does nothing, right? You can't get treasures. Good Boy's
you got a little something.
I mean, we're going to stuff their back row this turn real hard, but then where do you go from there? You switch back to the other way? It becomes a guessing game every time, right? Like, am I going to have my stuff in the back row or the front row? But you only have to win one fight. Gabby's at 3. So I guess that's the deciding factor here, is we just throw this mean curveball of Uther and everything in the front. But there you lose the stat. Like, that's... And now the Arthur's die doesn't matter, and everything's going to die before the Good Boy.
Yeah, that was the confusing part to me, for sure. We just wanted to double up again.
I guess.
Part of the plan.
You just need something in the back that lives, and, like, this isn't it. But this is also, like, you're identifying, like, oh, I need to protect my backline. I do this, but it may be a comp that Barashi's just not that familiar with.
True.
And this is one of the weirdest comps to try to board position. Like, it just
I don't even try. I just don't even play this comp.
It's just like, there's not a lot you want to add to this. Like, you have all the right units at this point. It's just positioning them to get the most out of them, so that they actually still share their stats. I guess if you put the Uther in the, like, if you find a protect egg, you can put Uther in the back, but putting Uther in the back without it, like, it's just likely to get hit by one of these. Another dying breath rune, you can't, if you're swapping it back around, just, I mean, that's still not enough that you live there. You have to, it's 100. 100's the threshold, and none of these back row units get I mean, I guess a chair, finding a chair here is really nice. Does that...
Give one of the Arthurs?
I think that last, the mosquito there was probably enough HP that the Guinevere didn't die to the first hit.
They scaled last turn for hitting too, don't forget.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if you could put another Keeve in here. I don't think it's Keeve. I don't think Keeve. Okay. I don't think it's both Arthurs in the back. I think you need one Arthur in the front and, like, Merlin or whatever in the back. You need a mix, because you can get your whole backline over 100 HP with Uther and, like, whatever in the front. Well, he finds a protect egg.
We have some hope.
Is the Kiev the one you? I guess because of the Arthurs, you like kind of trying to protect it, but like their whole front line is hitting your back line. Like the Arthurs aren't even. You're not going to trigger an extra attack. You just need this good boy to die. But how does the good boy die before anything else? They're hitting your back row 3 times before your good boy gets hit a second time. Oh,
Yeah,
wait, no, they
run.
bench one of their flyers? Okay. Good combat RNG this time?
This is a lot of stuff.
Good boy's going to die with 2 things in the back row, though. That's really important.
Oh my goodness, the stats are out of control.
And that... Oh, insurance talisman!
Oh, man. We actually had it. We pulled through.
You need 2 things. And the egg's still there?
Oh my god, the egg is still there.
Because it didn't die.
Get another egg and we're cooking. Honestly.
Yeah, that's true.
You just doom roll an egg here and you're feeling pretty good about this next turn. Because if they're going to try to play it that way again, 2 eggs is so brutal.
Yeah. That insurance talisman going off. It's not actually called insurance talisman, chat, but I honestly don't remember its actual name. Something talisman.
It is a talisman.
It is a talisman. Dying breath rune again. Now for an Arthur? No. Some food stats. Double cast that. It's a lot of stats on the board. Every stat matters. Gain some life.
Yeah, we're at 3 though.
I mean, it's a spell cast. Like casting a spell still, like Merlin gives more stats. Like it's something.
Yeah.
We don't want to end the turn with all of our Wizard of Oz.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, it's just like there. What do we like?
I'm looking for eggs.
Better boost rune, eggs.
Eggs, yeah. I'm doom rolling eggs here. Because I'm just trying to win this one turn. If I
Or
get another
Cersei's
egg
Cup.
here, I'm so
Cersei's Cup
happy.
pretty
Or a
good.
cup, yeah, Cersei's Cup.
Cersei's Cup would do some work.
Yep. And I don't mind selling any of these 2-drop boost rings, I'll tell you that.
I mean, it's some stats, but it's fair. Another 2-drop boost ring. There's an egg. We found it.
Oh, we did find it. Oh my goodness.
Okay, we got one more roll for one more egg. Actually, we get 3 more rolls, right?
Yeah, because we have 2 things. Yeah.
2 things on the bench that we feel fine selling.
Egg,
Actually, no, it's
egg,
like 4
egg,
rolls.
egg.
Can Brashi find enough eggs to win this fight? Nope,
Give it up.
Mana now.
It's going to be an egg. No, it wasn't. Okay, good call.
All right, is 2 eggs enough to get 2? Like, he has 2 things have to live. 2 things have to live against Gabby and all the fairy Navalas. We're back to 3 flying
flyers. Wait, where did the other Tengu go?
The good boy lost the HP because it hit the.
No, that was the first way we got crushed.
Okay, but we still have 2 things behind Arthur. It's just not going to be enough, right?
That didn't die yet? I didn't know that.
We have 8,000 attack.
Oh, but the talisman is keeping him alive.
8,000 attack, but not enough HP and an insurance talisman. Oh, we lost Brashi's stream. Brashi was who's Brashi up against?
Gabby? But also doesn't have a stream?
Gabby doesn't have a stream?
Broshi, come back.
Brashi, come back. Chat, this epic finals.
I think Broshi thinks that we're bad luck, so he disconnected the stream to finish this off real quick.
Unclear. Kind of awkward to ping either of the players while they're making decisions in like a life or death situation. Well, life or death in a game-defining situation. So we'll see if Barashi or Gabby puts it back up. There we go. We got it back. Barashi's back.
Oh, I think he reset his client.
Oh, game crashed? Not like this, Brashi. Get back in there, reconnect. It's not like he has a lot of decisions to make. He's just been doom rolling and trying to find eggs every turn.
Eggs, yeah.
Still has 73 seconds.
Yeah,
That's
73
fine.
seconds, yeah.
Another dying breath rune. Upgrade your all upgraded units. Ascension. Good boy.
Yeah.
I just feel like if you just slowly transition this to all good boys instead of Arthurs, you're just better off.
Yeah,
like
maybe.
you're just not getting Kiev hits. The Kiev isn't doing much here. Or chair. That's true. Chair would also be a big deal. bench
Yeah.
one of the Arthurs from the chair, feel a lot better. But
Yeah, we haven't seen a chair, have we?
No.
Yeah,
I think
we
that
have.
moving away from Kiev into something better. There's flying Kiev. Okay, try to taking off the Moths before the Radiant Fairies can buff them is a big deal. Fairy in the bottles, right? They're like relying pretty heavily on that.
We don't have enough to put it in the front and kill it. Attack first,
But
though.
well, okay, if you put Kiev in the front, and you have to go Kiev, Uther, and 1. Like, there's a world where I think you can get the Arthurs in the back to die early to buff the Kiev, and the Kiev's boosting them because the Uther. But like, the Phoenix has been doing a lot of work, so it feels weird to bench that. We get to double go first. They only single go first.
Not again. We're so good at hitting that.
And the Kiev got wrecked this time.
Yep.
And Merlin's down.
And there's no stats.
And this is where, like, if those Arthurs are good boys, they are still doing a lot of work, but they just can't. Arthur just doesn't do it from here.
Man, Gabby played that really well to get there too.
Yeah.
That
really,
talisman
really
was crazy. Yeah.
And like,
I mean,
Rashi was doing a lot, like that, like the positioning every turn and changing it up, and like was doing all he could do, but just not enough into that board. Like his board was more fragile.
Yeah.
Gabby's
one
board
thing goes wrong, yeah, more resilient, exactly. But we also, to be fair, we didn't find a Cersei's Cup at all. We did get eggs early, and it almost got there, but that talisman saved them 3 times in a row, so 3 rounds in a row, which is insane. With something with like 5,000 defense, we were just completely fine. But exciting round 2, crazy round 2. I think that the players are going to take a break, and we're going to be taking a break here. But guys, don't forget, before we do take a break, hit that exclamation point crystals in the chat. Get yourself that crystal code. And if you're joining here today, you can hit that exclamation point Discord and come join us over in the Discord, hang out, talk about the game if you're enjoying everything going on. But I think we'll catch you after this break. No, he doesn't start at 4. All right, welcome back. We're coming into round 3. The first 2 rounds have been pretty intense. There's been a lot of active gameplay. And what I mean by that, we've seen a lot of people taking tech items with stats just to try to peel through their opponent's board, seeing these, these adaptations on the spot. So really fun to see. Not really my type of gameplay. So anytime I see stuff like this, it's always interesting to learn from people who are really good at stuff like this.
What's that, Moo? You're not an avid pan gamer?
No, not only that, I'm not an avid check out the board every turn and switch the entire board based on what I see. And it's honestly, it's insane. So it's always crazy to see these players do that. But I think you have some numbers to run down for us.
Yeah. So standings after 2 lobbies. Gabby now in first at 17, but that means no one's live. 19 points to be live. 2 lobbies. We do not have anybody live yet. Gabby at 17, Synesthesia 15, Yurikyu 11. Then we go down to Brashi at 8, Mimple at 7, Yoshitsunu at 6, Houdinus at 5, and Tuna at 3. So rough start here for Tuna. And just in general, we talked about, off the top of this, the kind of the async players and the sync players that qualified for the day 2 of the tournament. Just kind of a rough couple rounds for the async players in general. All of them kind of in the bottom half there. But Synesthesia and Gabby, 2, leaderboard page 1 sync players. Gabby 10th on the leaderboard, Synesthesia 17th. Really shining in these first couple rounds, and Yurikyu also having played mostly sync this season, rounding out that top 3. So we'll see if the async players can make a comeback here, adjusting, because you talked about it. We've seen a lot of adjustments, reading boards and adjusting, teching into different stuff for what's going on, and like kind of the back and forth there that is a lot more indicative of sync gameplay. But these are amazing gamers. They made day 2 of the tournament, and we'll see how well they can adapt to that going here into lobby number 3.
Do you see what Tuna's highlighting?
Choose random. Tuna is a friend of Moo and I's. He's another streamer. Doesn't stream Fairy Tale Fables that much, but does stream other stuff, and he's a funny guy. And,
I think he was baiting us.
He can't see anybody else's stuff. He can't hear us, but he knows that we're watching him chat, and so he's going to continue to make weird indications to mess with probably Moo and I before he ends up making better decisions.
Now I wish Dionysus was part of the pool there, because we know we would have seen a Dionysus game. All right, so it looks like Tuna learned his lesson about Parrot. He said, Bat is my preferred flying 2-drop evil unit, and we're going to stick this way. Well, not technically flying, I apologize. They both have wings.
Yeah. Bat here, much more stable early unit, and playing Morgan in the face. We get to see more Morgan gameplay. Last time we saw Morgan, they were like, I'm mages, and then they weren't mages, and then they kind of petered out.
I've cast 2 spells, and now we're chilling.
We'll see if Tuna, if Tuna gets a Swan, he will hard commit to that Swan. We both know that from how he generally plays the game, as opposed to the last Morgan player that kind of gave up on Swan. Here's a chance to take some damage to get 2 units here.
My favorite second play of the game. And you get to charge your Morgan.
All of these are very solid 2-drops, honestly. The Happy Little Tree on 2-1, probably the weakest choice here, but the other ones are all a lot of firepower. Tracker Hearted giving you that extra hero attack, plays into things like Minecraft Homes on 3, the board Farm Boy with this many units, right? It's buffing 2 things, so it's like a 5/5. And similarly, that Bluebell is like a 6/1. It does 1 damage and then also make a 5 damage star that hits something. As one of your first 2 units, Bluebell not that good. As a 3rd unit, it's amazing. So Tuna is the choice here to pick up that Bluebell in addition to the Happy Little Tree.
Yep, and he seems to agree with you. He likes the Bluebell too. I like it. Bat and 4.
Get kind of a weird board orientation here. Fireball is level 4 spell. So that's Fireball you want to do.
But if anyone gets it now, we're not getting hit by it.
Yep, you can still practice one around things. And the Bat here doing enough work to secure that. Let's see, we've got.
There's an owl in the shop, and if he's on 2/2 looking for his Swan on 3, there might be a possibility he takes that here.
Yeah, you can take the owl and then take the baker's rat to just to cast the free roll.
Yeah.
Probably don't want to take any more damage here. And also, like, you can't do much with that 1 gold anyways. Okay.
Decisions. There's part of me that just wants to roll and set up turn 3. But, you know, honestly, one of my favorite plays in the game is roll here and then hit Future Vision on 3-0, sell something, and then get 4 mana. Or sorry, 4 XP. Then get 4 XP. That's what my favorite.
You are setting up a double spell by rolling here, but
yeah.
The double owl, like hitting 2 owls into Ice Ring here is a big deal. 2 owls here into a Moonlight Treasure could be a big deal, or Key to the Library. There are a lot of good 2-drop treasures. So I don't mind it. You're gonna have 5 gold. You're gonna buy those 2, and you can buy the sword, and then you can roll. But you can't roll. Oh, you can. You're Morgan. You have 3 mana, so you can actually buy 3 mana. And roll.
Yep. He just showed us that too. I think he was just counting that out himself.
Yeah. Going over the 5 gold. Okay, we do this, and this. Actually, having 3 mana is nice here.
He said, "Buy the sword." Yep. He's there. He got there.
It's Yoshitsune on Phantom. Phantom's a pretty scary opponent. Not so much at this stage of the game, but as the game goes later, becoming 2 heroes and then possibly swapping into more heroes. Even more pairs, but I don't.
Yeah, we love pairs.
I think Ice Ring's probably the best hit here.
Yikes.
See at the table. 4-leaf Clover is the most stats out of these, but they're all kind of underwhelming. And you can't really afford to reroll a 2/2 treasure. Right? That's going with bottled ship, trying to find better treasures later. It's perfect.
so upset with our first treasure, we're gonna find better ones later.
Yeah. Free roll here. We don't have any mana to cast that spell. There is a Crystal Rose in the shop. I guess you could get the mana by selling the. No, because the Big Rat only
you
gives
have
you
to have mana. Yeah.
You would have had to sold it before you cast the other spell.
Is our next thing double cast too? It's hard to cast that damage spell.
That's also true. Going to 23 here would be pretty sketchy.
Basically, like losing a round for 2 gold.
Yeah. Generally not a good deal, Chad.
I like this not locking too. Finding a better spell here to use your ability on.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll use it before turn 6 though.
And knowing Tuna, like Crystal Rose is all well and good, but he's got an upgraded owl. He'd really like to get a swan if he can find one. And we have, like, it's not just Tuna. Like, again, in lobby number 1 chat, we saw, I think it's 4 players with big swans that were on their board into 5-0. Like, that is part of the meta right now. And so I think Tuna following along with that, or maybe leading on that. Oh, we get waved and just blown out. Oof.
Yeah, we were going to say something about that too, because the rat in the front was just a free wave target. It's a rough one.
Yeah.
I like the stuff in the shop, though. We have cats and a buff guy for the back, and a free spell. It just feels like I would just cast a spell here to get some stats on the owl at this point, even though it's doubling up.
Yeah, at this point, I think using your mana becomes better than trying to get high value because you have that upgraded owl.
Yeah.
And you need some tempo, right? We just lost a fight. You need tempo. You can't afford to keep sitting on this hero power. So there's Owl. Doesn't want any of these.
Like I said, I like the buff guy and the cats, but I can see where he's coming from.
There's 2 consties here. Those aren't really that impressive. You can Blizzard here. You could buy the Cursed Rose and the Blizzard. It kind of blows. It doesn't really blow out your board that bad if you move like your owl, you move your vampire bat to the back. The Bluebell still gets value even if it gets deleted early. You just lose.
Yeah, there's a part of me that wants to. Oh, we're gonna do this. Yeah, I was gonna say sell the rat and then buy the puck and the lotus.
Yeah.
And then cast your spell, but
picking up a pair. I mean, it is stats on board. There's a little less upside to the consties than some of the other things in the shop. But if you feel like you're behind on tempo, right, you can just pick up the 2 biggest units in your shop, and it helps stabilize things some. Maybe Vampire Bat.
I like this. I like this move to the back. Yeah.
Everything in the front now. Now your wave doesn't blow you out.
He's wave jaded. Yeah. He doesn't want to get waved again. He's like, I'm over it. I'm over it.
We won't get waved again. Toy Dino for Who Did This. That's a interesting kind of tempo character. And they also Blizzard. So we lose our Baker's Rat, but all their stuff's low HP.
And we'll take any of these ties we can get. Swan's there.
Swan's
Oh,
there,
he
and
snapped.
there's a free roll here.
He snapped it.
You can free roll this and then double cast the next spell.
Yeah, that seems pretty good too.
He's thinking about the health treasure, I think, because he's like still got wave PTSD. Like that's what we're sitting here looking at, right?
Yeah, it has to be. I just don't like this a mouse in the back. I'd like to roll and get anything else to improve that. Okay, so wait. So buy Ori, put it in the rat spot, and then give the sword to Swan, and you're good.
That's true. That's another option. So
We can also
you
double cast this, yeah, and then Swan's kind of relevant. Oh, he wants to give magnifying glass to Swan.
You can still sell the rat to double cast the spell
Yeah.
if you don't want to get wave or the sword. That works too. Okay,
And he's like, now it's relevant.
It's big enough that it hits anything here. You could get Alpha Strike, and you definitely you look at their board, and there's a Princess of Wise over there. You're getting waved. Like that's you have to take that for granted. Like
I like how he did the better safe than sorry with the Swan. He's like, I know it could survive 2 of them, but if it didn't.
And there's no benefit to it being in slot 1. I guess having it go before the owl increases the odds the owl's still on board when the Swan hits, because it does cast the spell in combat when the Swan slays. It doesn't like go to your shop and then cast the spells. So an owl on your bench won't get a benefit from Swan slaying. So having the owl in front and the Swan in the back is a little bit rougher, but this is definitely this kind of safer play here. If the slay is more important to you than the stats of the owl.
Yeah, I don't know if it was more important to me, but I still like this setup either way. It's a pretty big owl. Take out a few things in the front.
Actually wave. Wild.
He had it in 2, so but we got our first Swan slay. We're on our way. Hey, give us Fairy.
It's actually a 4-drop on the tier 4 turn. That's fine. We've seen, like, last game, we saw Fairy in a Bottle win the game. Fairy in the Bottle comp. And we've seen Fairy in the Bottles on other boards, too. Like, I think there was somebody going pretty deep in that game with, like, the tier 7 Swan treasure and some Fairy in the Bottles. So, definitely a viable thing. We don't have any spell charged right now. So there's some value in just casting spells and his opponent's board. Do I want?
I think he's thinking about if he just wants to cast the spell or not.
You can see now he's putting the owl in the back to try to make sure that it lives to see the sleigh. Well, once here, no, it is your cost spell, right?
1 is still good. You could sell the rat or the mouse and try to hit anything in the shop if you wanted.
Yeah, you could just like twist one of the 4-drops in the shop and
Yeah,
for it.
because you're not gonna buy either of those 4-drops.
Yeah, don't mind it.
And I'm thinking more for the charging the spell for the hero ability, not even just the owl.
Yeah, New You and Unstable Transformation both proc Wednesday. I don't think Grimm's Twist is a whimsy spell. I don't think it's considered a transform. Is it considered? I actually don't know. If
I don't know either.
It has the word on there. Maybe production can tell us. I know they have some knowledge of game mechanics. If Grimm's Twist. So Grimm's Twist will increase whimsy. So that's a valuable insight on what if that can be helpful here. Because whimsy might come into play whenever you're doing a Swan comp. Whimsy can definitely come into play.
Tuna wants to switch the treasures out of 1, but has no other treasures to switch with.
Yep. And they have a very large Tengu, but not big enough to.
Hey, we still get our sleigh. That's all we wanted.
2 range units here, but we get it low enough to get the tie.
Yeah, Bat's carrying pretty hard for us.
There's a Moonlight Charm, chat. And now the whimsy starts paying off. 11-7. The charm only gives 4 attacks. That's 15-7. Another
29.
+5 plus 2. The whimsy.
Oh, we really want this sleigh on the
Giving it some
Swan.
booze. Boozing up the Swan.
Also, we're looking for library card. Yeah, look at us. Ooh, thinking about double casting the spell. That's interesting. It's a lot of stats. It's a lot of stats.
Especially with this Fairy in a Bottle. And, just like Tuna is taking a very different approach to what we saw last time, right? Last time we saw I'm Morgan Le Fay, I want to double cast a big spell. And Tuna's just like, I'm Morgan Le Fay. I'm double casting every third spell.
Yeah, whatever I can.
And you can see there, he's got a 30/30 owl on 4/1. Which,
and honestly, he didn't cast that many spells either. The owl could have, like, it was unlucky he didn't get the spells to cast, but owl could have been much bigger. So, I mean, he's still pretty big for this turn. It was like that 30/30 that stapled all his this last game we bought it at the shop when we were at, 10 or whatever we were at.
Yeah. Tuna is bottom of the lobby health-wise now, but like 5 of that damage is self-inflicted. So
we need to get these consies out of the back and put some back. Like, if we had an acolyte along the right here, I feel like our board would be even, much stronger.
Yeah, I mean, there's an acolyte in the shop, but like it's a little late to buy the 1/3 range. You'd rather like, Both's not really that good here, but it's not bad here. It's a good ranged unit that does some boosting things. Another 4-drop crab's not very good. There aren't a lot of great. Stargirl wouldn't be bad here. Just a good ranged unit that has some base stats on it to try to pick up those Fairy-Ball stats onto. They've already completed their Swan quest.
Oh no!
Bummer.
Rip.
But
the owl big enough,
fight, right?
Yeah, and do damage.
Well, we triple up a Baker's Rat.
Honestly, I'd probably take this acolyte.
Rarely seen triple. Let's cast the spell first. Try to use all his mana.
Man, he loves Swan. He's cooking with Swan today.
Magnifying glass, and then triple this up. Keep the library. There's
Ice Ring.
And Merlin's Tower also pretty interesting as Merlin.
It's weird.
They are, but if you're just casting all the spells like you already are, it's just upside. And because they're on different numbers, no matter what number they're both on when you get them, they will eventually line up and you'll get to triple cast.
Yeah.
Which can be just game winning.
I think I'm thinking Ice Ring here though.
Yeah, Ice Ring is just good. It's going to be one spell every fight, where the Merlin's Tower is one spell every other fight, probably. But would you rather have? He's also thinking about Slaying School here. Interesting.
Swan. It's full Swan. We are full Swan.
He's going to get another tier 3 treasure here as well. I think he's going.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say. Well, I think we're Slay.
I think there's a world where you take Merlin's Tower there, and then off of that you get the Fairy Godmother's Wand, which whenever you cast a spell on something, it gives it an additional +2/+1, and you just like it becomes a spell casting scaling engine.
Yeah, I love that wand with upgraded cook, and I'm just yeeting off free eggs. It's phenomenal.
Yes. And then your Unstable Transforms last an extra turn kind of matters if you're in Swan build, because you buy them, it lasts 2 turns, gives you a chance to new you it, or do something else to transform it again before it reverts. You don't just have like a 1-turn timer to do that, you have a 2-turn timer, which is pretty cool. But Tuna going in on a Swan Slaying School, so he's going to get an extra 2 attack on his Swan every fight, and then the Slay Moon, if he can get some Slays here, adding some more attack and HP.
I really kind of like the double Slay treasure take in the way that going into 5, it just opens up on 5-0 with so much Slay stuff. If you can hit some of that stuff right off the bat, it just feels like the right call. So I guess we'll see if it pays off.
Takes a little bit of hit there, almost enough, but not quite. Maybe got a little unlucky with his Fairy in a Bottle stats. We're not on double spell this time, and so it's like if you're double casting that, probably worth, but casting it once and then not being able to double cast this turn or next turn is pretty brutal. Go first spell's relatively free. There is a Crystal Sage here, which I know you're a big fan of.
Yeah, it's just hard to take at 10, but Tuna's already in. He was ready to go on this one. He's going mages.
But like a very Slay version of it, right? Because you took the 2 Slay treasures over the 2 mage treasures.
Yeah.
Last turn.
See, there's a piece of me that even looks at Fairy Godmother here over like the bat, or put the tree in the front, something like that. Just because you get a free spell, and if you're going to do that anyway, if you get the Slay with the cursed, it's going to cost 0, And he's thinking that.
Yeah, I mean, just having a good range unit, right? When you're in Fairy in a Bottle, good range units are nice. They like transition into like a good boy comp pretty well. You can play them on board if you get the food pieces, and giving you these extra spells now to cast. it is like looking a little weirder that we went Slay, but like it still probably works, and we're going to get another tier 3 next turn that maybe we replace Slay School with, or the ship in a bottle. Yep, they're attacking our backline, so we're gonna get that Slay unless they significantly change up their board. I think they had enough attack that they're gonna kill anything in our backline. I guess the thing we most want them to hit is the tree.
Yeah, that would be the prime target in the back.
But we have charged our hero power again, so next spell is double cast. And we have that 40/40 owl out here. So
Yeah, hopefully it's enough to push us through this turn, because I feel like if we get through this turn, we start actually doing some stuff and replacing a couple last bad units on our board.
yeah, upgrading the Swan finishing the quest and becoming upgraded doubles the whimsy on it, which is going to be a huge deal because most of that Swan stats currently are from whimsy. And with the Fairy Godmother, that's going to keep scaling more. So this is a pretty big turning point for Tuna's comp. But this is a very big monsters board. And we don't get the stats on the ranged.
Oh, we
he
go
goes
to 1!
He's still alive.
We are alive.
Seer Sphere is here. That's very interesting with what we've got going on.
Consti, yep.
Yep.
It's a pirate.
You just want to cast a bunch of spells this turn. Every spell cast is so much stats. You probably want to double cast that one, right? That's the stats. You single cast the hero attack
I
one.
don't know if he's thinking about that. Yeah, I think you're right. There's a lot going on right now.
Here. Looking at their board, looking at his board, they're in a kind of a cat summon comp.
Good call. Do it up.
What's more value? Do you want extra hero attack? You want extra stats? He goes for extra hero attack. I mean, he's got a magnifying glass and could pick up more. So I think that's probably where what he's thinking there when he's doing it that way.
There's a lot of stats from the mug.
Cold beer is a lot of stats, but they are just temporary stats. Think about maybe picking up this Gretel now that he added extra hero attack on.
Maybe he's picking up the second Fairy Godmother and then putting the
Go to
tree in the hand
6?
summon.
No, go to 6. Okay. If you cast that, you can cast more spells, but you are starting to run low on money.
It's probably
is there
better than pirate.
the fairy in a jar here? I'm not so sure about going all in on the stats on the Swan at this point, but like I know that's kind of how he likes to play, because putting the stats on the fairy in a bottle is nice. You probably want that box in the back. Pandora's box is a lot of stats.
Yeah, agreed.
It is more stats than the tree, and if it picks up the stats from the fairy in a bottles, it's a lot. Buying a Slay Charm here and putting on something gives it the Slay School triggers. I don't think he maybe understands Pandora's box. It may be something.
Yeah, maybe he hasn't played with it much.
Has more recently picked up the game and doesn't play all the units or comps, and so he may not understand how much value that is.
Yeah, even if you just put one of the magnifying glasses on it in the back and hoped one of the fairies hit it or something like that, you're looking pretty solid if anything hits that.
But he's getting more slays. Kills
Kill
the
the
force
giant
thief with his
horse
big
thief,
unit, so it doesn't 2-for-1 him. But now we get range units. We get another. Oh, just misses getting another slay, and now there's too many units. No!
No, rip.
Tuna knocked out there.
All right, looks like we're popping down to Gabby.
Okay, let's do it. Gabby already in Dr. Frank Cat's territory. Yeah, well, how did Tuna was on 5-1. Gabby's plus 2 XP
Oh, that's pretty good.
and not Future Vision.
Just casting, yeah, XP spells. Well, when we looked at a preview of Gabby's board a couple of turns ago, he only had 4 units on it. So I guess he was summoning a couple of them, and he didn't have a lot of his other stuff. So he must have been just using XP spells along the way.
Yeah, eating his units for XP, but like has gotten mostly there, right? You've got enough evil units in a Dr.
And
Frank.
he has a free core fusion, don't forget also.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's just
Turns
hanging out over there.
Catwire evil. Okay. I guess that matters the most if he picks up a Frank.
Is
So that
Bruni
you're
also,
sharing
so
equal
just stats.
Because he's taking out the cat in a bottle. Interesting. And for those that haven't played much this patch, the Horse Thief change kind of meaningful here. Horse Thief still gains the amount of stats that it used to gain, I think. Maybe it got increased. I'm not sure. But Horse Thief still gains about the same amount of stats it used to, but instead of taking a flat number of stats from the adjacent units, it takes a percentage of their stats for the fight. And so you can see here the Duelist next to the Horse Thief still has stats, whereas under the last patch it would not have had any stats left to be a 0-1. But it's still a 2-1 here because it's losing just a percentage of those stats instead.
What if you're locking for the demon here? Yeah. Because if you get a Cat Queen, it works with it anyway. You already have the Dr. Frank. Like, it just feels pretty good. And there's Cat Queen. No, there's Cat Queen in the same shop. I didn't even see it on the other side.
We're locking for Archdemon and Cat Queen.
Yeah, seems good.
So you probably move that to the left a little bit. Horse plus Oz. Oz also an option. It's pretty big. If you put the, let's see, Oz, it's not an extra trigger that gives you stats though. It has the stats and then gains and loses the stats when it loses them. So Horse probably still takes a lot of stats away from it. There's also a Mermaid Cheer. Although he doesn't have much hero attack anyway.
No, he's none.
Yeah. So probably Cat Queen, Asmodeus. Asmodeus buffing things with Cat Queen chat because as of a couple patches ago, Asmodeus, the Hellhound Squeaks summons are animals, and the Cat Queen now looks at animals, not just cats. So the Hellhound Squeaks are summons that increase the Cat Queen counter.
Yeah, it became
but this is a very big slay comp. Even though the Tailor can't do slaying, the Agent of the Moon and the Siren and everything else here can, and it's making a lot of stars.
Yeah, they're just picking everything apart.
I mean, Gabby's definitely in danger taking like 10 or more damage here. And the scaling on Yoshitsune that turn was huge.
Yeah, that Crescent Blade really going in.
Gabby knocked down to 9 now. Looks like there's 4 players in the lobby on pretty low HP. Okay, Gabby's stream is being a little bit wonky. If we can find out who that Odin is, that'd be nice. I guess we just...
It's Yoshikuni the cat.
Okay, we can go to...
Atsu.
Oh. That's...
Oh, was I wrong? Oh, no, I was right. Yeah, I was right. Yeah, this slay board is looking real, but he still has the Tailor in 1. It's like the old school, right?
Yeah.
Before they changed Tailor to not be able to trigger slays anymore. Tailor
can't trigger slay, but it still kills something.
If I had $1 for every time you said Tailor was the best slay unit in the game, I'd have at least $100. Pre switch or pre fix, I guess you could say.
And going with it, Frank. Get in here, Frank. In 4, because it's not as important as in your macro stuff, and you're strong right now, so you don't need to try to get a big Frank to win fights.
What are we playing against? I'm interested. Like I said, I'm probably really want the slays.
Hit your hero power and lock before you use your free rolls. Standard little match girl gameplay.
Oh yeah, I would never play. I don't think I'd ever play Tailor 1 here. I was just trying to get as many stats as possible.
Yeah, against that board, there isn't that big of a difference between the Tailor in 1 and always putting that in 4. I think that on this kind of board, the Siren in 1 is actually pretty strong. Because Siren now is Iron Will instead of Shield, putting it in 4 isn't really that impactful. It's actually better if you can put it earlier, right? Generally, you want your range units or your Iron Will units earlier in the attack order. And with this much slay scaling, you could make a very nasty big Siren. Where the Tailor's just not gaining any stats here. It's gonna kill something, and it's also denying the Tailor's denying stats from their Frank. But yeah, it feels like Yoshitsune's really far ahead of a lot of the lobby right now, just with how long they've had these stats and how much they've scaled. Well, there's somebody that is a little threatening. That's the Odin. That is a double Triton board. We're going to see some
I'm
big
happy we're seeing this. Yeah, I'm happy we're seeing this.
We're about to see some big waves. Will they be big enough, though? You have to do, I mean, it's going to be 2 of them. So you have to do 45, 50 damage-ish. I mean, just wiping the front row of everything, but the one thing is going to be gnarly. Also, it's a fire mage. There are things happening on that board that I don't fully understand. Right now, it just looks like it's a bunch of big things. There are waves, but there's the only royal monsters are the Tritons. So it's not really a real like going in on Triton board. All right, this time we choose your hero power to dig a little bit more. I don't think you lock for your agent in the moon.
And little magic girl rules.
Aura rune. That's a lot of stats on Dracula. We've got many monsters. Nocturne and Taylor are not monsters.
I mean, Nocturne's also a lot of scaling depending on what you're playing against. You're playing against a ghost, so you can switch it over to that for the turn instead of having it on your Dracula and get some more stuff, right?
True. I mean, putting
Or
on
even
Nocturne
the
or
witch.
the Siren, right?
Yeah.
It's the same. It ends up being the same number of stats either way.
Yeah.
If you have any other slay triggers, then the Sea Witch Beam's a little bit better. But locking for that Aura Rune, just trying to like is ahead, keep staying like slay. You just have to stay ahead, right? That's the slay.
That's the name of the
plan.
game.
If somebody else like does something and then just has more stats than you, it's like GG. They like hero swap into Hercules and then they're twice as big as your board.
Yeah.
The only way you
Especially
can
with the 2 heroes going on here.
yeah. And 2 heroes that aren't doing a lot, right? You already got your Sundiata upgrade. I assume that was probably it was either the Nocturne or the Dracula. The other one gave him the Crescent Blade.
Yeah. Which is
Tengu
pretty
gave him
solid.
the handbag. So yeah, one of those 2 got the instant upgrade. But yeah, I think you'd swap out here if you got the chance.
You think you do?
Yeah, because like if you start falling behind enough that you lose your HP to get your second Sundiata upgrade, your slay board, like upgrading something else is not going to change it.
Yep.
And little magic girl is like some value, but not a lot.
Yeah, and the Hercules is just so big. Like you just start popping off immediately. Well, you're at 26. You don't pop off right away. You have to wait.
Yeah. But being a slay comp is one of the better things to turn into Hercules on, right?
Yeah,
And he's putting it on the. I mean, maybe he's fighting the Ghost this turn, and he's going to realize that and maybe swap that over to one of his scaling auras. Because right now we put it on the Dracula first. You don't have a boost, but buying the Wizard of Oz also interesting in slay comps. You can because it really sets up that first slay well, and then if it loses its stats after that, it doesn't matter so much. Haven't really messed around with that much, but in theory, that seems really strong. And Wizard of Oz 1 in a slay comp. Do you want another Siren?
No.
Mirrors. Mirrors are also good in slay comps.
Yeah, especially if everyone else is having a pretty good build going.
You're fighting this time against a kind of weak cat Star Child board. Using the free roll spell there, you're not likely to spend your mana on everything. If you're not going to do like that stat spell with your mana, you're probably not spending your mana on anything here. So you might as well just spend it and get an extra shop out of it. I don't know what you're stopping like. That shop seems pretty overwhelming. A Cersei's Cup, like, I don't hate locking for a Cersei's Cup at this stage of the game, just to knock somebody out. You can see everybody else in this lobby is 1 loss away from out of the game.
Yeah.
So locking for a Cersei's Cup, even though it's committing all of your mana and a lot of your gold,
Still the opportunity to get someone out right there.
still opportunity to get somebody out, which is nice. But uses all the free rolls, doesn't find anything worth using. Also worth noting, Yoshitsu, like, ahead of the lobby, crushing everyone, and still has a Chrono Crystal. Probably picked up that Chrono Crystal pretty early. We don't even see what the 3-drop they combined was. So they got it and got out of whatever it was. But Chrono Crystal there, cheering on the slay build. And like, even though the Taylor isn't growing from the slays, it can't trigger slay. This Drac aura does keep increasing the size of that Taylor. It's, Dracula increases the aura on all of your evil, it gives a stat aura on all of your evil things that grows as it sees things on your opponent's board die, and it's double for evil monsters. So it's affecting the Tengu and the Agent of the Moon, the Siren, and the Sea Witch at double the value, but is still boosting this Nocturne and Taylor.
Yeah, playing against the Ghost here, I really like switching that Aura Rune over to the Nocturne or the Witch, and then taking the Taylor out and just playing the whole front row is just full scaling.
Yeah, because these stars aren't enough to kill. I mean, maybe you lost one of your other units there if you don't have the extra aura.
Maybe. But I still think you're fine. You get your stats, everything like that.
Yeah, so the little more value to be had. But I mean, also nice, kind of nice here that he got to fight a cat board that time, just to see even more things die. He got his
you're not kidding.
His Dracula aura all the way up to 7 now. So
see the board we're playing again?
It was some evil scammy stuff.
Yep, some pretty beefy stuff. Yep. And we haven't really picked up any 6-drops.
Nope. I mean, that's
fan of those.
5 drops, right? 5 drops are where it's at.
I don't know. Dr. Frank and a demon seem decent. But
Yeah,
I guess
and
we're
like
slaying.
a woman in the moon would be solid.
Woman in the moon, yeah, very true.
I mean, look at just the aura from this Dracula. Just buy 150 70s from the shop.
Yeah.
I mean, this is if you wanted to transition into a scammier comp, pretty reasonable here to pick up this Asmodeus, and it can play this round over something, and then as you want, you can get more and more out of the slay things into the scam things.
I think just all the stats from Drac make it so worth it at this point, right? Like, it's just even more than if we're slaying. We haven't seen Woman in the Moon. We're basically doom rolling for that if we're doom rolling for anything.
And I think that's why he's benching the Siren here instead of the Nocturne, because the Nocturne can continue making stars off of those things slaying, whereas like the Squeaks or something getting stats doesn't matter. And it's still giving all of your stuff slay triggers that increases your Agent in the Moon, whereas doubling up the few slays you do have is impactful. Making the call though, don't need the Asmodeus. I could definitely see playing the Asmodeus over like the Siren. Yeah, there you go. Like that's the weakest unit on the board into what their comp is, and at 78 HP, the thing in one's probably not killing it. Goes to Siren. Oh, just ditching this Taylor here. Getting the free kill just doesn't matter. We'd rather get more slays.
Maybe against this board specifically?
Yeah. I mean, because they're a demon comp that doesn't have as much stats as us, right? They're gonna have a bunch of little things.
So we're gonna try to abuse that.
And so we just put our bigger stat units on the board, and we can generate more stars this way to clear out their littler stuff.
Everything's getting pretty big.
Yeah. I mean, that Dracula is no joke.
Yeah, carrying the
and
stats.
this is another summon comp, so we're gonna get. I mean, we probably get Drac from 7 all the way to 8.
And we took out their Drac right away.
In one go. There's 8. We might get to 9.
Easily get to 9. We get to 10.
No, there's not enough stuff here, right?
Yeah, no, a little over halfway.
Yeah, that's another plus 10 plus 6 or something to like his whole board. Pretty wild. Big Fire Mage though from the Slay comp.
Hey, Frank.
Tier 5 treasure.
Unity. Nothing here.
Reroll or skip?
I'm
it's a 5-drop
rerolling.
treasure. Probably reroll.
I'm going for Unity, but I think the board's even stronger. Like past Unity, I don't think you need it. I guess you don't need those stats too. That makes sense, right? Plus 4, plus 1. Yeah.
You've got that much HP. I don't think you tiny motion. I think the extra roll is worth more than +1/+1 on that unit.
We just took a bunch of +1/+1s off.
Is that Infinity? Is that what that?
Oh, I didn't see it.
One was. I don't recognize all of the treasure arts right off the top. I think that's Infinity.
Yes,
on top,
I
right?
think it is too.
So this opponent's going to be scaling quite a bit. Has a big Fire Mage. It's not upgraded though, so it only does half the damage to the macro. So I don't think had enough to kill our Dracula. I don't think you want to take damage here. Are we gonna have the oomph to kill their Frank without putting our own Frank in? I guess is the I guess you have a Tengu. You're hoping you hit it off the top. You get to Alpha Strike and kill the Frank, but it seems pretty risky to try to.
I like the shuffle. This is my magic shuffle usually, you know.
Shuffle the two cards. Just keep
Yep.
moving back and forth.
Yeah, back
Just
and forth, back and forth.
a little bit of distraction for the opponent. Get some sleeves that are sparkly.
You gotta get the ones that make the good sound, the matte dragon shield, you know.
Okay. I remember when I was playing, I wasn't going to Magic. I didn't go to tournaments for Magic. I played other card games, but I got like they were like sleeves that were literally pink and sparkly,
That's awesome.
just to be as visually distracting as possible.
I love it. Play the mind game.
Yeah.
Well, the sleigh goes off.
And it doesn't kill the Nocturne either. The Nocturne lives at 5. That's a big deal because now we're getting more and more and more stars.
Yeah.
They
And
don't
they're pretty
have
big.
immunity. So their Franks don't buff each other. And we put it down to 3. They do have that infinity. They're going to keep scaling a lot. The Bruni died to the ghost. So this is the
wow,
final.
this is a heads up.
Do you drop out of Slay here to go into Scam?
Yeah, it's not even to go into scam, right? You just take like the Nocturne out and you just have like a better end game.
It's probably, I mean, I think it's still leave Nocturne in, take out
And
Siren.
take the Sea Witch. I could see that too. I could definitely see
See what you Although, is the Dr. Frank big enough that the Dr. Frank's not big enough that he lives the Fire Mage yet.
that. Well, there's an egg in the shop.
That's true. We saw Egg feature really heavily last time, but it might
Yeah.
not be something that Yoshi Sinu's.
I started playing a lot more eggs the last couple weeks, like on stuff that I like.
Yeah, it isn't exactly an inverse Cersei's Cup. It doesn't protect you from Cersei's Cup, but like it does a similar thing where like Cersei's Cup kind of nullifies a unit on their board. It does a really good job of protecting one unit on your board, and it's like it's a one-time use pickup, protect something on your board to try to make the combat RNG more favorable. But it's not something that's been around a lot, and it's something that like a lot of our brains just go like, it's not worth spending the resources for that thing for one turn. But at this stage of the game, it often is. Like he's gonna end this turn with mana, and he didn't buy anything with his last few gold. So like putting that egg on literally anything on this board increases his likelihood of winning this fight.
Yeah, you're definitely right. Because it's just if that. What's worth it more? Keeping the Aura Rune on your Drac or keeping it alive?
I mean, yeah, keeping it alive. Also, like specifically in this case, like we don't expect our Drac to be able to die at the start of this fight. There's another egg. You can sell 2 things.
There's another egg. Yeah, I want those eggs. I'm gonna be buying.
You're
some.
25. Your opponent's at 3. Like that's like you're putting them away move. Is putting that egg
it feels
on
like
something.
It almost feels like we didn't even need the stats the last fight, like the aggressive amount of stats. We're still doing fine what we had.
And they did pick up a woman in the moon. That's going to make this a little bit tougher.
Neither of our things died to the mage though.
But we just don't have
Ooh.
enough.
Yep.
They have
So
more
maybe it
stars
is
than that.
the Dr. Frank time.
Yeah. Just get out of these Slay units and put 2 Dr. Franks in the back. Or Dr. Frank and a Frankenstein's monster. Like Frankenstein's monster is also huge.
Insane for us. Insane here. It's so many stats on the board.
Had to sell something here. What? Doesn't
Ooh,
pick
we
up the
didn't
Dr.
buy it.
Frank. Okay. We sold a unit because we're gonna buy something. There's another egg. We buy that egg? No, not that egg.
We hate eggs. We could use that free spell on our fairy. Nope.
Just looking at, I mean, it may just be a lack of familiarity. Yoshi Sinu, of the players on day 2, played the least games.
Wait. Do we just win it? Yes, we just throw this on our Nocturne. Are the stars just insane?
They're pretty big.
Yeah,
is
they're
that?
pretty crazy.
That will significantly increase our stars. We get less stars this way, but it lets us clean up their Franks. Unclear which of those we like better. There's a Turn Evil spell that makes our Frank immediately ginormous.
Oh, yeah.
Now it's an evil monster. You just put that in.
Over one of the demons.
Yeah,
And
you
just-
could
yeah,
put it in
and
the front though. In the back,
You could
yeah.
put the range in the front for the turn too, like you were saying. Put it in 1 or wherever you want to put it.
Mhm. I mean, really, what you kind of like here is a hero swap spell. I think that's like the highest roll.
Yeah.
Now that you've lost some health, and you could get a Hercules.
And if you win next turn, it doesn't matter. But if you lose, you're probably getting your upgrade, and then you can roll.
Yeah.
6-drop treasure, pretty high value.
Yeah, we'll lock for that.
I agree.
Unexpect. Kind of awkward that there's like you could sell something.
No, you have no
Slay
mana.
Charm off the Nocturne to clear one shop slot. I don't know if that's worth it.
Yeah.
It's like 1 extra damage on all your stars. Their Fire Mage now looks like it's big enough that it could kill our Dracula, which is a little bit. No, 226 is 113. Not quite enough, but if they upgrade it, it will. So that's kind of scary. And 113 does kill our Frank.
No, not the Frank. All right, I kind of like that better.
Yeah. Because if it dies, it replaces itself, whereas if the demon dies, it does not. And something's just going to die to this.
Ooh, they put a mirror in one. That thing is gigantic.
I mean, the bigger thing here is that Woman in the Moon, right? But our Frank's going to kill it.
And we can get a tie. And now we get a 6-drop treasure, which could be huge here.
Yeah, we get out of probably the gold. We probably want to save that Chrono Crystal.
If we take Moonlight, we can put the guy in the front, but I don't know if you really want to do that.
Hekate's staff also pretty strong. I don't think we're hurricaning here.
I don't think we're doing
That
any
affects
of
us more than them because they're summoning their Frank and we're not.
Maybe Moonlight just for stats, but
the Moonlight is better than the Holly's Gold. If you're skipping here, that's you saying you think you're going to find something better than that, which seems a little unlikely. There's a hero.
There's a hero change. Yeah.
Are you staying in this to hope you get another Sudiata upgrade for your Dr. Frank? I don't. Just not valuing it. That's something that we both, I think, really like, but Yoshitsune apparently not as big a fan. Dying Breath Room doesn't really do a lot. You could buy that pirate here to protect your Frank, but they ditched their Fire Mage, so maybe not.
It just wasn't big enough, but if they triple, it'll be back, right?
Yes. It's probably still sitting in their hand, and if they triple it, it'll come back, because then it has a chance of clearing. What entrance are you hoping to find a mirror? We don't have an entrance trigger. I mean, I don't mind the pirate here. I think pirate to cover your Frank is a fairly reasonable.
I think it's really good. Yeah, I think it's really good. Because if you can turn it evil too, you're pretty happy.
Yeah.
Unlimited demon build.
Sunlight Moonlight Charm?
Look at the bat. I just love it.
Yeah, bat and sheep.
Are you interested in your 223 107 2-drop?
There's another Dr. Frank. But I was dropping before we got back in it, but like Yoshitsune only played 18 games this month.
Yeah.
So, and that's, span, like there was a patch in the middle of the month. So how many games Yoshitsune's played since the patch? Unclear. But only 18 games on async. Averaged a 1.6 finish, like crushing it.
Yeah.
But just not a lot of games in preparation for this. Although we can't see if they've been playing, private lobbies or practice lobbies with people before the tournament. There's a turn evil spell in that last shot, but opted not to go for that one. I mean, may not even be that familiar with some of the new art yet for some of the stuff, given that small of a number of games.
That took me some time for sure.
But still here with Yurikyu, and I mean, didn't really upgrade the board that much that time. We swapped the Dr. Frank in. We get Cersei's kept.
Yes, we do.
And lose all of our stats.
Is that it? Oh, we have cup. I mean, we have crystal. Yep.
So now we get our upgrade. There's a slave moon, miniature moon in the shop. Not wanting that.
Another aura? Frankie boy?
It's a lot of stats. I was thinking about it for that, but Frank aura is pretty bonkers. I don't think the demon aura is worth it. He's like, is this aura worth it? Frank's an aura. You won't even be able to tell the difference right now. There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Putting it together.
Now we just need a pirate.
Yeah, pirate would be pretty good here, or a wolf spell. You could sell a couple things. A wolf spell with your Dr. Frank.
I would do it to my regular Frank. All right, listen. Fusion the aura onto the Dracula.
and just hope you don't get Cersei's kept again.
Yep.
It's
That's
a lot of
my
stats.
cooking. Yeah, it
That
is a
would've
lot
been
of stats.
It's an 11 stacked Frank. It's going to go up to 12 during the combat.
Because I saw the free spell on the bottom left, and I'm like, oh, that's obviously core fusion. In my head, I was like, oh, we can get 2 auras on there.
Yeah. What are we? I mean, you have to upgrade something this turn. Like, you're going into this fight at 1 HP. The only thing you can really upgrade is a Dr. Frank.
That's so weird, though. Especially if you're going to play the other one, right?
Rummage. Yeah, rummage for what? You have no money.
You ain't got no money.
That's the miniature one we saw at the start of the turn. It's back now, but it's not any better now than it was before. I would put one of these Dr. Franks in 1. We know they have a mirror in 1.
Yeah.
And letting them mirror our largest unit is bad. And the Dr. Frank in 2 is like, you're just not going to get 2 units in that slot anyways. So you can deny them a lot of stats on their mirror and their eventual Franks. They have 2 Franks now and an upgraded pirate. You deny them a lot of stats by putting your Dr. Frank, your unupgraded Dr. Frank in 1. But he's still going to roll it. He wants that range attack first, or that flying attack first. If you hit their pirate, you deny one of the Franks on board, which is really big. And if you hit their Sea Witch, you deny them.
They're going first, though.
They are going first.
Oh, we got to hit a mirror. And that was a huge hit.
Oh, getting Succubus and our mirror, yeah.
Look
Or
at
a
our
rune on
Frank.
Frank.
Oh, the tie again. My
Ooh,
goodness.
we've had a lot of, like, this is round 22.
Yeah.
I think like the top 2 for all 3 of these lobbies has been heated.
I
Like,
think we
just
just have to find something better than that Dr. Frank in 2. And then if we can find stealth for like the upgraded Dr. Frank on the front, like it just feels like so much more value or possibility of winning.
Dying Breath Rune? That doesn't really change a
Put it
lot.
on Dr. Frank and stick it in the back and put the Nocturne back in front, because who cares about it?
Just bench the Nocturne.
No, just put it back in the front row.
Yeah, that's true.
It's just a 293, 200.
I mean, Cersei's Cup here is also pretty bonkers.
Yeah, bonkers. I agree.
We've been Cersei's Cup once, or Yoshitsune has been Cersei's Cup once and has not had a chance to Cersei's Cup his opponent. Your own entrance rune mirror combo. But he just doesn't, there's like Yuriku's board is playing off of Yoshitsune's stats. It's using mirror to slay to power the woman in the moon. So like a mirror for Yoshitsune is just not as good.
Yeah, almost at this point, I just like these tailors back in. I like the Nocturne out, and I like putting the Dr. Frank in the back.
So you're gonna
just
sell
like,
2 to upgrade the second Dr. Frank? Like that's a play. Like I don't know what else you're doing this turn that's changing a whole lot. I guess finding another tailor for a tier 5 treasure is like meaningful. But
I
like,
almost just like the tailor in 2 and just not even worrying about upgrading this other Dr. Frank.
Yeah, and I still think it's Dr. Frank and the unupgraded Dr. Frank in 1, just to reduce their stats. Like we're giving away a bunch of free stats the way that it is. Like we win last round if we give them less.
Oh, I like the mat there. I would have just taken the mat. And that was a
doesn't go
stealth
for
orb too.
The Stealth Orb and the Pirate. Like he doesn't want any of them. I don't know what he's looking for, honestly.
That would have been that's like the perfect shot for me.
Give some food stats. There's 2 teacups, but not a Cersei's cup. You could hit the Tengu in your hand and maybe hit the tier 5 triple. It's like very little cost investment. No. Yeah, because you have a 4-drop in your hand and you have a pair of 5s, so you have a chance of getting a tier 5 that way. I mean, it looks like there's some frustration here for me. I like not finding Cersei's cup, like doom rolling for 3 turns, not finding a Cersei's cup is a pretty big hit.
Rough.
Those were not the spells you wanted, different spells. But our Frank is still big. Well, but not enough. And he's taken down there. Yuriku with the first place.
Yeah, that was a crazy end of the game, but it was just going to be hard unless we got lucky to win a couple of those rounds back to back, and getting those ties were kind of just showing like his board was getting better as ours was getting not, I wouldn't say more of the same, but like I said, we have to get lucky with those Dr. Franks, we have to get lucky with the order, and we have to get lucky with what our Tengu hits in the back to finish them off. So always going to be hard to really finish it off there.
Yeah, and opting, like, really digging for those offensive things to put the game away, the sort of like trying to find a Cersei's Cup or something like that, and kind of passing up on some of the defensive stuff, not picking up any of those eggs we saw some of the earlier turns, not picking up pirates to cover things, not picking up the mat to give some stealth, but just really going like kind of an all offense strat, and then just running into a comp that was playing off of it. Like the mirror in one was just so big off of the Tengu. It just didn't work out.
Yeah, but I guess we're going to take a little short break here. We're going to be going into round 4. And when we come back, we will get you guys updated on those standings, see what those points are looking like. But don't forget, you guys can get exclamation point crystals in the chat if you want to get some free crystals for the month. And I think I announced it before, but don't forget, you can also join the Discord, exclamation point Discord. If you're enjoying what you're watching, you want to talk about the game, also people hanging out in there. And we will catch you after this short break. Hello, hello. We are coming back into round 4, and those the last players just joined this lobby. We've had some pretty long games here. They've been going pretty far in these rounds, which you don't normally see all the time in these tournaments. Sometimes they're kind of cut off early. Some person is either really high rolling, one or two people really high rolling. You get that final match. But these finals have been like 5, 6, 7, turns each. They've outplaying each other. We got chrono crystals, we got extra lives, we got tech plays. It's just pretty high level stuff in these finals. So exciting to see. I think Ninja has an update on some of these points and see if anyone's live yet.
Yeah. So going into round number 4, we do have 2 players who are live. Gabby, Jagodia, and Yurikyu, both live. Gabby at 24 points, Yurikyu at 21. There's some other players who are close. Just need a decent finish to get there. Synesthesia at 17, Yoshitsinu at 14, Mimple at 12, Brashi at 11, and then Houdinus and Tuna both struggling a little bit so far today. But as long as you win the lobbies, no one else can win the tournament. So there's always a chance for it to turn back around. And really kind of an interesting dichotomy here with the 2 players at the top. Gabby currently 10th on the leaderboard, almost 100 games this season, 5,400 rating, average finish 2.17, won the tournament last month, definitely one of the favorites today. But Yurikyu has been making a really, really good showing today, also live now. Yurikyu, 4,500 rating, barely above that qualifying threshold, 3.75 average finish, not really crushing it on the ladder, only 161st on the leaderboard, but still right here with Gabby neck and neck. All he has to do is win one more lobby to win the tournament, and so we'll see if either of them can pull that off in round number 4, or if someone else equalizes the scoreboard.
Yeah, that's who we're going to be following going into this round 2 is Yuri. So we're going to see if he can pull this out of a hat and see if he finishes this off.
Mm-hmm. Look into the Seer Sphere, pull it out of Merlin's hat, and win the tournament, or if someone else slays his hopes and dreams.
Someone else randomly rolls with Dionysus into a victory.
haven't seen much Dio yet.
Oh no, it's because it hasn't been an option. I mean, that's fair, right? Yeah, I mean, if it doesn't show up, you can't select it. Ooh, that's insta-pick Phantom. You love to see it.
Yep, Phantom, very strong, chat. You don't have a hero power for 5 turns, but then you have 2 hero powers after that for the rest of the game. Feels pretty good. And most of the first 5 turns now, a little shop RNG dependent, but generally you make good choice in those first 5 turns. You're pretty stable, unless you're fighting against somebody like a Bruni or a Leprechaun or something that has like a lot of stats from their hero power early, a lot of high tempo early, but there aren't a lot of characters that do that.
And so that -3 health really helps you remind yourself to, stabilize early. don't mess around too much. I don't want to lose any more health. I'm good, thank you.
Yeah, -3 health, definitely a downside. You don't need demons dealing a lot on Phantom.
Yeah,
puts you in a pretty uncomfortable.
All of a sudden you're at 20 and you're like, wait, I didn't lose a round yet.
Yeah. Nope, it can be rough. But Phantom, you have to pick a lot of stuff. Man, Yuri making decisions fast in the early.
That's me. I'm in. I like this.
One happy little tree, please. Do I want to lock for this shop? Doesn't look like you would be locking for this. You'd probably not be able to keep the stats from the calling it anyways. Even if you buffed like the sheep.
Yeah, one of my favorite things to do on this hero is try to pick up 2-drop treasures to get yourself a doll, so you can start switching out nice and early.
Yeah, Matryoshka pretty strong on Phantom, so you can hit that hero, the double hero, and then immediately swap out into something else. Impo playing some Brave Cricket, one of my favorites. Oh, and being able to awaken that prince on turn 2-0, probably had a coconut in the shop with the prince, does put this Phantom down to 24 already. Nothing to be worried about or concerned about here. A little bit scary.
And just remember, we don't have the entrance preview on, so that dwarf is going to be a little bit bigger than it's showing. Is it? No, never mind.
No, it's an aura.
No, sorry. Yeah,
so it should already be reflected.
Yeah, we're already good.
3-2. We do have, let's see, Aladdin, Jafar, Dino. Oh, someone had problems joining the lobby, so we may be restarting this one.
Oh, no. Yeah, we're remaking. We are going to be remaking.
So we'll be jumping out of this lobby back into a new one.
We didn't like the start anyway. We took damage early. We didn't want to do that.
Yeah, I mean, got hit some bad early RNG here for Yurikyu. And also, I'm sure some of these players would be a little happy to swap characters. Generally, people aren't that excited about Toydano, Odysseus. Savitri's kind of a weird one to start the game as.
Yeah, I like Odysseus because it can push you into mages.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's always not like that character. But yeah, Savitri, not the funnest character to play off the bat, but you know, does its thing.
I think the players need to be notified. Yeah, they were okay. Players were notified to be in the lobby, but
Yuri's just keeping the show going for us. See, look, that's an Odysseus with 2 owls. That's the right way to go.
Yuri, I think, missed the memo. But as he sees 3 players out of the lobby now, maybe that hits the sensors, the warning button.
No, they're just crushing.
Yeah. Jafar got deleted on turn 2.
He just kept casting deals with the devil, yeah.
You can do that on Sphinx. Sphinx is a character that you
true.
kill yourself on turn. You can do it on turn 2-0, right?
With
Pick
enough
an owl,
RNG, yeah.
Owl, Demon Steel, roll into Demon Steel, roll into
Well,
Demon
you have a
Steel.
huge owl.
Yeah, I mean, what is having? Okay, here's a question we can think about while we wait for a new lobby. Is having a 14/14 owl on 2-0 worth being at 2 life?
On 2-0, yes, because then on 3-0, you can get yourself a witches, and you'll be like 35/35s or whatever it is.
That's if you find some Snow White Bride of Dracula's.
Yeah, right off the
real
bat.
big on 3-0.
No, it's not worth it.
There isn't anything in the game that deals direct damage to your life. You have to lose fights. So 15/15 is a lot of
Man, if
protection.
there was stuff that did stuff directed to your life, I would be dead all the time. I would just be constantly dead.
That is a thing of some auto battlers. Things that, like, they usually cost a lot and do very, very, very little damage.
Yeah, but it would still kill me.
Yeah, it's still
Let's see, Tuna's board.
looks like
looking great.
Tuna might be the person that had trouble connecting, which would explain why
okay.
somebody chose Savitri.
Yeah.
Okay, look, now there's a bunch of people not here. Come on.
Yuri was like, wait, there was nothing on that board.
There's 4 people in the
Maybe.
lobby, and that person's board was empty. What's going on?
Yeah.
Keep going, Yuri.
Yuri's about to win the tournament here.
Admin did ping both all of the players once and Yuri a second time, so hopefully Yuri sees that soon. He's playing in windowed mode. It's not playing on mobile. Imagine if you're playing on mobile, maybe you're like not. You have notifications.
You could
turned off
call
and
his
everything.
Discord and really scare him.
He's muted and deafened on his side. I don't think you can undo that even as an admin. Just talk to someone that is deafened in your Discord. Yuri's like, no, I got it. We're going.
Yeah,
with it."
this board's fine. I think I'm doing great. I'm about to switch hero. Maybe he just really wants to see what heroes he was going to
Yeah.
get.
Or he's just waiting till the 4th turn to then quit to leave us in suspense forever.
Oh, man, that's rough. I don't like that.
Okay, so I imagine after this fight, it's going to be Yuri and maybe Yuri just wins after this fight if everybody else quits.
Yeah.
Because this feature connections problems, it's not registering that the server encountered an error. Please.
No one's there yet.
You can reconnect.
Oh, no.
Yuri!
Oh, you came in
4th
4th,
place.
Yuri. No, rip. Still alive. All right, now we're going to get back in lobby. Now that we figured it out.
Okay. New lobby.
Yep.
There we go. It gets join a lobby. There we go. So we should be putting it back up. So yeah, we got Yuri and Gabby live. Just to reiterate, Synesthesia, Synesthesia, and Mimple and Brashi and Yoshitsinu in reasonable striking distance.
And it turns out we had our fabulous production team hop in there and set the placements custom. He finished that game.
Sometimes you just gotta fix a lobby.
Yeah. And we're back. Here we go. You know, funny if you get a Phantom again. You just rip Phantom for the second time. Snap picket. Ready to go.
Gods aren't very good at that.
No, you're not
4
wrong.
out of like 60 heroes or something.
Yeah, he could get lucky and get Dionysus.
I would be shocked if any of these people snap picked a Dionysus at this stage of the tournament.
It's crazy that Tuna's in this match, and you're going to say that. Odds feel pretty good. This is interesting.
Bad Guan Yin.
Did he pick Dane? Oh, I thought he picked Dane for a second. I was like, that is the curveball of the century. I love it.
Clicked on Dane, then clicked on Ares. Ares.
So I don't know something about me and Ares. I just don't win, and I don't even feel like I'm playing it too poorly. I just don't win. I don't know what happens.
So some characters, looking at the shop, right? Sinbad, it's a little dependent on getting treasures. Guan Yin, just generally value. Ares has, I think, I would say out of these, Sinbad and Dame still feel like they have a higher ceiling than Ares. But like, Ares, like, if you find hero attack spells, it's bonkers.
Yeah.
If you find them early. But the thing is, like, even if you go hunters, it is really hard to ever make your hero power matter on like 6-2. Like, even if you're hitting 2 things for 100, it just usually isn't changing the outcome of late game fights.
Yeah, I see what you're
That's
saying.
why it feels weird.
How do you feel about this first play here, too?
Hoping to find a cat next turn. Like, if you buy the beast, you'd have to buy the beast, lock the shop. Yeah, I mean, and there's still a sword in that shop. Yeah, that's a weird turn. It's a weird turn.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
Maybe he's like really, like, it makes sense to really dig for Tracker Hardings.
Yeah, on this build. Oh, you could look at
And he
paid
found a
off.
hero attack spell.
Oh, but he's not going to take the hero.
What?
Listen, I'm selling the cat here for it.
This is more stats, but like,
Maybe you're just not worried about it. We don't play hero powers here.
like, okay, going from 1x2 to 2x2 is not that big of a change. But if you don't go from 1x2 to 2x2, it's hard to ever get to 7x7. And I think that's kind of the, like, I would cast this spell because to get to a bigger hero power, you have to start incrementing it. And the earlier you do that, the more impactful it is. Like, waiting until Watson to try to get hero attack doesn't really help Ares a whole lot. It's still a viable strategy, but it's not helping Ares a whole lot.
Yeah, maybe
Like,
that's
picking
my
this
problem.
one here, you pick up another one later. Like, now you're looking at like 7 or 8 attack magnifying glasses. Your hero power is like actually killing a couple things in the front row in the mid game. Like, having on 3-0, if you cast the spell here, on 3-0 you have 3x2. That like deletes a lot of important 3-drops. Like, that's killing someone's Swan, killing someone's Princess of Wise.
Yep, and then at the end, killing the Acolyte and the Slay ranged.
Yeah, Acolyte and Agent of the Moon both get killed by the 3 at the end. And like, we're taking, like, if we hit 2x2 there, like, we don't take damage. Happy little tree.
And we really don't like that spell.
I mean, on this turn, it's a little more awkward because it's your 4-gold turn.
Yeah.
But I think I'd still sell the shield for it.
Yeah, I'd also probably just take the range there if I was and put it in 2 and then the dwarf in 3.
Yeah. I like ranged here, or I've talked about a bunch of times how much I like Bluebell's like a 3rd or 4th unit. Like, that also makes a lot. It's as big as the tree this turn.
But you
and
can't
also
attack with
with
the
a
stuff in the
5
back.
damage star.
But they have to attack into you, I guess, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Like, the Bluebell is the happy little tree, but also a 5 damage star. This turn, next turn has like 2 more HP. The 3 health on the tree is not going to matter next turn. You get a couple turns in, maybe now you're like 7-5 tree is better than a 7-1 with a 5 damage star, maybe. But Yuriku, I mean, they're live. They've won some of these lobbies and been in the top of it a couple times. Like, they have a game plan. Yeah. Well, I guess Yuriku, looking back at the scores, Yuriku has 2 firsts and a 7th. Kind of all or nothing looking.
Yeah, and I can
snap.
appreciate that.
And taking another L there. Snap
doing it?
making the fluff over the ranged unit. Buying the ranged unit 2 also? No buy. It's like they're Ares, but they're not Ares.
Yeah, they just don't really care, I don't think, about being Ares.
which is weird because
And a wave is rough here.
a wave's very rough. It's kind of unlikely people cast wave on 3-0 because it costs 1 gold, and that means you bought like a 3-drop and 1 other gold for something. I find that waving on 3-0s, like waving on 3-1 and 2 is way more common than waving on 3-0.
Yeah, you just buy Acolyte, Owl, sell your sword.
Wave.
Wave.
Yeah. I mean, it's a Bruni. They probably don't have Owl.
For sure.
But, Acolyte and Wave is a real thing that they could be doing. Have some, a cat and a sheep in the front, Owl and Acolyte in the back. We'll see. It's a lot of attack. There's a lot of attack on board here for your EQ, but not much HP.
Yeah, well, we got 2 kills with our hero power, so that's always good.
And able to clean it up this time, 2x2, better than 1x1.
All right, I'm in. Beautiful play.
We turn it evil. We buy support.
Sell the dwarf, get the cats. Ooh, or the Acolyte.
Rescue runner.
I'm buying the
Rescue
cats.
runner and
probably.
cats.
And we're all wrong.
Doesn't want any of those things. Chameleon and 2 with 5 attack.
On 3-1. I love it.
Okay.
I'm in.
The 2 Roshis have 0 attack.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It's
Yeah.
wise. Doesn't.
Yep.
You can just slide this whole board left.
And you're good to go.
And you'd be good. That would work. But Yuriku sticking with this positioning. The tree now is an 8/5. We talked about earlier, like it's coming into having some value. You have a fluff that's died once. Maybe he finds more fluffs later. It is something that just kind of scales. Like I don't want to undersell just buying a random fluff on 3-0. Like it will keep scaling in a way that a lot of 3-drops don't, and can play into some comps later in the game. It's not something that I do very often. I don't know about you.
No, what I've been doing a lot lately is just taking cats and summons and stuff and lining it up. But maybe that's just like too, it was too much locked in the last meta. But I always enjoy the hero attack, Watson, magnifying glass nonsense, playing a bunch of random stuff with huge numbers.
Yeah, you're big into pirates, and pirates and cats are great friends.
Yeah.
In a way that fluffs aren't.
Until you get World Tree, then everyone can be friends.
There's the Blizzard. Bye-bye hopes and dreams of the Chameleon.
Oh, that not dying was big.
And then it hitting
we missed.
1 unit first, right? If it
Yep.
hits anything else, stabilize there. Another Chameleon. We've had first Chameleon, but what about second Chameleon?
Yeah, and then you just put it in your hand for next turn.
And now we're the one doing the waving. I think you just put both Chameleons in your hand, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Our front line is getting less and less and less vulnerable to wave. Our opponent is probably waving this turn. They have 2 Princess of Wise on their board. Hey, we're shifting. Well, but all right, so Yuriku is gambling that the opponent will not wave this turn when they have 2 Princess of Wise on board.
All right, let's go. I'm in.
And we've got the fluff in the front instead of the 5 health Princess of Wise. This feels like it's gonna be a rough fight. 2x2 hero power might clean up some stuff though.
They have some insight. They know that they didn't have enough gold to cast this wave. They didn't get a slay with it. They didn't even have a wave.
That's possible. It is the 7 gold turn. It's the turn you're most likely to be able to buy 2/3.
Yeah, and cast the wave.
But if they didn't get the slay,
yeah, how can you cast a wave? You don't get a slay. That's all I'm saying.
Maybe they bought 2 Princess of Wise last turn and they got waved, so then they both died.
Maybe they bought a Prince of Y and put it in 2 behind 2 Master Roshis and it didn't get to slay.
Maybe.
We're going deep here into the analysis. I'm just ready for the wave to be the first thing we see, right? The turn opens up after talking about this, is like waved.
Immediately lose our Chameleon and our Fluff.
Oh no.
Rough. The Fluff doesn't feel like it's doing something. It's scaling. Hey, look, we got wave. The Fluff is scaling.
Oh no. Oh, but we wave back. We're fine. Not even scared.
The waves are before the hero power, which is nice.
I agree. That's sick. But we need more hero attack.
But we keep passing up on hero attack. I mean,
I
maybe
know.
on 4 we're looking for some Jekyll hides.
Nope, we are fluffing. We're just taking and a wave.
Okay, there's a Jekyll. There's a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. We're hero attack. Sorry, chameleons. It was nice knowing you.
No, we're fluffs. We don't even put the Jekyll in.
That's what we call a negative tempo play. They're actually saying that they're having a hard time watching Yuriku's stream, so they're requesting we swap over to the other player who's live, which is Gabby. So we're going to jump down to Gabby's stream.
I think that stream was lagging before, so we'll see if that's better now.
Yeah. Gabby stream. There we go. Gabby playing some Bruni, Princess of Wise, 2 Gingerbread.
And a bunch of cats.
We've seen this before. Gingerbread. Wait, the Sleeping Miso's evil. He turned the Sleeping Miso evil
It's pretty big.
to get those extra Gingerbread Witch stats and for potential cat shenanigans down the line. We're immune to wave. All the things in the front row have more than 3 health. We have a Princess of Wise.
Hey, Gingerbread Witch is the reason, right? So pretty good.
Yeah, that's true. Gingerbread Witch is an anti-wave tech. I mean, like half the lobby has Princess, more than half the lobby has Princess of Wise. It's just a good 3-drop unit. Selling 4 things to get a Siren Lorelei. Squeaks was more stats here, but this gives you more play if you're behind. And like Squeaks eventually always, not always, pretty much always leaves your board. Whereas Siren Lorelei can be a unit that literally plays in your board all game. We've seen players win lobbies on day 2 in this tournament with Sirens on board, which is not the case for Hellhound Squeaks. But it's going to be hard to get. That's a lot of stats.
That was a lot of cats.
Cap is not big enough. Oh, it does pick off the big unit, so we maybe get a tie here.
Easy tie.
And finds another cat box. Tier 3 treasure incoming. Checking board. Early Taylor from the opponent.
Oh yeah, it's only 4-1. I didn't even think about that. I just saw Taylor. I was like, yep, that's normal.
29 health, slam, windmill, dunk the
Yes.
into our board.
I was so ahead of my time.
Tanuki here, Book Mage, both reasonable. You roll and find something else.
After taking the Chrono Crystal, you hit that healing potion to go back up to 30.
Another cat box.
Wow.
Okay.
I feel like we have a plan. Do you lock for that cat with all these cats?
No, we haven't seen anybody buy a funny charm. I think that it's just generally.
Oh, we also haven't seen this many cats, right? Upgraded cat box, and a miso. Your whole board is cats.
So
like,
where's the funny charm go in?
Or the Siren Lorelei, or you take the cap out and put something else, one of the upgraded cat box in the back, so you actually get all the summons.
That's true. Upgraded cat box. I could see. I mean, the aura's pretty nice here.
Because then you still get to play Lorelei in 4, cat box and the upgraded cat box in 5.
The trap of the Gingerbread Witch. You want the stats from the aura,
Yep.
but you don't want the Gingerbread Witch.
I almost said take one out. I was like, no, I need the stats.
Exactly.
That's exactly how I thought about it, which is terrible.
Which is probably why I don't buy it, because it just feels like you're trapped. Like, it makes you make decisions that are harder than I want to make at that stage of the game. But
I'll save my thinking power for the end of the game. Thank you very much.
You see Gabby here just like, yep, we're cats, we're gingerbread witching. Like that's the thing. Oh, he does swap.
Yep.
Oh, cap at a 2, so you get the miso.
I like this.
Cat box.
I like this
There's
a lot.
small chance that you summon cats all the way back around it again from the cat box in the back.
So you're saying there's a chance, or it just gets tailored. That was the other part of that, right?
Oh, we missed one cat value.
No, we're kind of cooking.
The miso one's still alive.
Yeah, but it'll die eventually. I lied.
Imagine putting an 8/5 sleeping miso in slot 1 and it living a fight. Like what?
Yeah. What are the odds? What odds are you giving me on that? I'm not taking it.
That Fisher King has a Matryoshka that's going to pop before they. Oh, they have to get an XP.
The XP here, yeah. Oh no, they don't. That shows the turn before, right? So did the doll already pop?
Unclear.
Yeah, unclear.
It's still showing them as Fisher King on the board now.
True. So
But
maybe
they would have been
they didn't
at
want
the
it.
start of the shop, right?
Yeah.
And then the Matryoshka pops up, so we won't know until the fight starts.
True.
I don't hate Moonlight Charm on summon comps. It's a little bit like you're not
For
trying
later.
to make them slay or hit low health things, but it gives the slot Moonlight. So if you put the Moonlight Charm on the Misu in one, the first cat has Moonlight, that's stats. The second cat has Moonlight, that's stats. If your cat box summons a cat over there, it's more stats. Like you can get 9, 12 attack
More
from this Moonlight Charm. More cats? Yeah, it's more cats. Like you don't even ever put them, but you
Oh my
gosh.
We are cats.
You lock going
It's hard to
5-0.
It's hard to save here because the 5s are so good, right?
I know, but you're doing it right.
No, we're just more cats. We're chilling. I love this. Look at this board. It's hard to imagine getting this many cats by 4-2, honestly. This is every turn you have to buy one, right?
That's the 6th cat box, right? Yeah, that's literally every 3-0,
3, 4, 5,
He's
6.
found 2 on one turn.
Yeah.
It's a cat box a turn plus
We're
an extra
ahead, yeah.
box. The tier 3 treasure we didn't know that we needed. Every shop has a cat box in it.
Yeah, that's basically what we have. Listen, it's good for our furniture build.
Pallet of cat boxes.
Yeah, one pallet of the cat. That's what the 6-drop will be now. Pallet of cat boxes. No wave?
No wave. It doesn't change the math.
You're not wrong, yeah.
Kappa gets instant deleted though. No Kappa scaling feels bad.
Sure. It doesn't really matter. I don't think at this point we're all
But
we're all in on this cat.
Space for our cats.
Yeah, exactly. These summons are insane at this point of the game.
Killing that 20 attack range, 20 health range is not going to be easy.
I think it'll be easy.
Pile on it though. Never mind. It's going to be easy. If something else had hit the other way first, it might not have been. But we didn't lock. We're on 5-0. We're only summoning cats on board, not from our.
I mean, if we get a Watson, we're just like off to the races. So
it's true.
Watson just take one of those gingerbread witches out, and then we're just playing.
What if you find gingerbread witch? The third gingerbread witch.
What if you find a catnip bottle?
There's 2 purple fluffs and a yellow fluff in the shop. That's a lot.
Oh man, this switch up from the guy who said I'm never gonna get the fluff award. I'm gonna buy these 3 fluffs on 5-0 with 30 cats on board.
You get like 3 free units in your shop next turn.
True, I'm in for that. You know that. So
you'd already have a tier 5 treasure off of purple fluffs.
My God,
if he'd spent all the gold on it, he wouldn't have been really wouldn't have found it. There's
upgrade and a
pirate, which is pretty nice. That frees up a spot, and the pirate in the shop's nice.
Is that draining? That deal with the devil?
Yes.
Cringe.
It is draining, and also I don't think you want to in this meta. I don't think we've seen people be excited about de-leveling.
I mean, on 5-0 with a shop like this, there's a part of me that thinks about it.
Okay. So we buy the gingerbread witch, we buy the duelist, and then we get plus 6 gold.
Yeah, and then we're summoning more cats as we go. Actually, I guess there'd have to be one more thing in the shop for me to be really hyped about it, huh?
Yeah, and if you deal with the devil, you can't buy Dracula.
Rip. Well, this turn. And plus, if you roll, you don't get to see the 5-drop shop anymore. You'd be on 4.
No, he's gonna be on 5-1, so you can still see 5s.
Well, next turn, but you don't lose your mana next turn. This turn, if you do it, you go back to 4-2, and if you roll out of this, you go back to 4.
The first no, because it de-levels you, then you roll.
Yeah, it's like the same thing.
You roll,
then
de-level,
and then then you can see it still.
Tuna over on Daedalus has doubled up 3 drops into some mage treasures. Has 2 acolytes cooking in the back. Has a map. It's a mage. Oh, 2 book mages.
Yeah, that's pretty good hit off of that.
Gets some extra stats. God Raise is a pretty good spell to hit. Denies some cats, but there's still more cats. Just couldn't get to that gingerbread witch in the back first, right?
If it did, maybe that goes a little bit different, yeah.
Yeah, but the catnip in the bottle, they're saving, right? With 8, the funny charm actually gave the gingerbread witch enough health to live the lightning bolt.
Yeah. Nice.
So that was a big deal in turning that fight. Yurikyu has gotten some hero attack stuff going now, but is very much on Ares' last little leg.
Ooh, you going to 6? Selling potato, go to 6?
Sell potato. weird. Like you want to be on 5 all the time, but you don't want to not go to 6.
I mean, 6 feels pretty. Yeah, I guess you're right though. I mean, what are we even doing? We're looking for cat queens at this point. We got 8 summons a turn, 9 with us duelists.
Yeah, we're gonna put another catnip on bottle on board instead of the Siren Lorelei. Is there anything you need mana for next turn?
No, not as cat.
Gabby thinking real hard.
I would, yeah. I'm just ripping this.
Yeah.
I mean, I can even see the argument locking for cat bottle, but everything at 6 for cats is just better. That's like the one build that's the difference for
It's
that,
true.
right?
Yeah. I mean, there are some cases where catnip in a bottle is a little bit better than closet.
Yeah, but the difference is not as much as like all these other builds where like the 5 stuff is so good that like you just want to be on 5.
Yeah. Got some stats in this Kappa. Not a lot. That's okay.
Yeah, Kappa's wishful thinking.
It's living its best life. I mean, he got down to low HP and then found a Snow White Bride of Dracula, but I mean, those 2 fluffs, they're just, it's not cooking. Fluffs were not cooking.
We tried.
And Gabby can guarantee that the tournament does not end for them if they knock out Yuriku here, right? These are the 2 live players right now. If Yuriku gets knocked out, then Gabby can't lose the tournament this
And
round.
looks like got some more hunter stuff.
Up to 13 by 2, and it's going to go even higher. Yeah, might be able to clean all this up by the time these Jekylls and Watson die.
Yeah, it's just got to take a few good hits on these cats. Things are not getting killed 1 for 1, so that's huge. And then we killed that with the Iron Will.
Yep, gonna get the tie.
Ooh, still alive, Yuri. Let's go. And we have the Chrono Crystal on Yuri too.
Ooh, that's a really big pickup from that position. Now that the Watson's in play, you're rolling Cat Queen. A little late for the Cat Choir. Sorry.
Yeah, no singing cats.
Although they are amazing. Another cat bottle. Anvil.
I don't like any of this.
Seer Sphere. I guess we have Hat Ball now. It's like not bad. Bruni is giving a lot of stats to our cat, so I don't think you really want to swap out of it. Like, there are higher hits. There are better things to be than Bruni here.
Yeah.
But Bruni is pretty solid. The way that the hero power doubles up when you're level 5 or higher is a pretty good aura for all these cats. No Frank, no second catnip bottle. Like, really wants one of the 6 drops.
Free lighted on.
Horror Fusion not doing much here. Hecate pretty small. Haven't been casting very many spells.
Yeah, tiny.
Stealth Orb, meh.
I'm switching characters here after Doom rolling.
No, we're still rolling. Boost Rune, no. I mean, just kind of strike like you. There aren't a lot of 6 drops you're looking for here, and so it's
Cat
pretty
Queen,
easy
yeah.
to
And
whiff.
Cabinet.
Cabinet Queen. You'd still be happy finding more pirates.
Honestly, I'm probably just putting both upgraded cat boxes in the back and then putting the summoning BC with the pirate.
There's another way to do it too. Misu in 2 and summon the pirate.
Hey, a pirate.
Yeah, I can't afford that. I
And a
all my
Watson.
rolling, I don't have any. Nope, not worth locking for. Oh, Dr. Frankenstein. We lock for those.
Yes.
We have enough evil things to.
Until you realize they're actually locking for Pandora's box and we're going in.
we do have a lot of. We put the 2 cat boxes on board. We have a lot of furniture on board to increase the Pandora's box level. Chat, the Pandora's box, like a catnip bottle, when it dies, it summons something with its stats. The Pandora's box summons summons a good thing with its stats and 3 other evil things. And the level of all of those things that it summons are tied to how many furniture on your board at the start of combat. And cat boxes are furniture, and it itself is also a furniture. So you can get, level 4 or 5 units out of there. Can be very strong. But generally, the kind of targeted summons of Dr. Frank are a little bit better than the wildly different summons of Pandora's box.
Ooh, first time taking damage since you've been over here.
Taylor also maybe an option here. It's kind of just better than the Kappa right now. You're looking at their board. Having a Taylor might be nice. Oh, just find another
Hey,
Dr.
yeah,
Frank.
just have 2 Dr. Franks. Have you thought about that?
And we take that out. We have no stats, but that's fine. We have 2 Dr. Franks. The other awkward part here is you have like Dr. Frank, upgraded cat box, Dr. Frank. A little bit of clog. Lorelei on 5 attack, also pretty awkward. If only we'd found a +1 attack spell here instead of dramatic reveal. Would feel much better about that. Yeah, Kappa in the back. I mean,
Or 1-drop sword.
I mean, we summoned 11. You can't really bench the Catapult bottle because it's giving your whole board a bajillion stats when it dies. Because it's the not evil thing, right? It's like tempting you put like miso in 1 and then a cat box and then the duelist and the other cat box. But like you just
plus 11 summons is so many.
Yeah. So I think that's +1/+1 for every cat, +2/+1 base. So it's like 13, 12 to everything that's on the board when the funny charm dies. It's a lot.
Yeah, and we have oh man. Doesn't matter which way you go with this.
Yeah. I mean,
You're gonna have so many Dr. Frank summons.
Yeah.
Gotta get an unyielding ring for the second Dr. Frank. So we don't waste it.
I mean, really, he's looking to triple it up here, right?
Yeah, for sure. But then we're gonna get another one.
Okay, yeah. And then you're gonna need the unyielding ring for the
upgraded one, yeah. Now we're here.
Gotta get that Iron Will. Dr. Frank with an Iron Will. The true mad scientist.
I haven't seen many of those, I'm gonna start trying to cook that up.
I've definitely done Iron Will on Dracula in comps that are like that before, because it's like pretty likely to put stuff back in the front of Dracula, and then he's going to attack and sometimes die, and then you lose all your stats.
I was going to say RP summons, but we got lucky with the second cat box.
And we clear most of the space for this. Oh, we get a Taylor. Bye-bye, Blackbeard. But they're going to summon more things.
So are we. Oh my god, look at the amount of Taylors.
Fool in this one's a little bit awkward.
Yeah, but 20 Taylors isn't.
But they've got 20 by 2 hero attacks, so they're going to clean this up.
There's a Frankenstein's monster.
Double Dracula, bunch of evil.
I know from experience that Gabby is a Frankenstein's monster believer. Good old Frank.
Unit to go between the Franks, but actually passes it by. Bye-bye,
Very
Frank.
sad. Bye, Frank.
2 cat queens.
Oh, there's 2 cat queens. I didn't even see that. I'm just putting both those in. 1 Frank is fine for now.
We did see someone's last round. You just put in another cat in over the Kappa at this point.
Yeah, true. Yeah, Kappa's just a random 28, 34. I think they're thinking about that.
Misu becomes more value than Kappa as soon as you put these cat queens in. Gain some life.
It's free.
Upgrade spell. No.
Oh, there's a demon. Also really good with all of this going on. Yep.
I feel like you can make the argument for upgrading, like, I don't know. No, upgrading 1 cat queen, and then you have an upgrade cat queen and non-upgrade cat queen. But it's a lot of gold, and you'd rather get the treasures. You currently don't have treasures that matter to you. Like, Sphere and Hat are nice, but they don't matter to what Gabby's doing right now.
I don't know about that. I think it's just leave both cat queens in.
What are we? We're gonna put something else in. Nope, no demon. All right, we already have enough summons. Sorry, demon.
Yeah, I guess we're trying to triple these up before we go that route.
Is he just thinking he doesn't have space? Slay comp is not particularly fun here. You gonna put something else in? Gabby? You just playing
Get about it?
Spot? Try to make sure that your cat box summons 2 cats? Feels weird. We don't have a doppelganger diamond. We don't have an upgraded pirate. Just playing with an open slot. I just don't know what the downside is to putting miso in slot 2.
Yeah, it summons a cat no matter what, even if it blocks. Oh, blasted.
Get sniped by the Starlight Strike.
If we don't get scam lucky, we're going to be taking a lot of damage here.
That is a lot of golden units. It's true. Siren Lorelai's not it. We did get a kind of big mirror in one. But this is not looking good. They're cycling back into their sleigh stuff again. Alright, some celery teas. Can clean up some of this.
It did clean. Oh, and that was insane.
But we're still taking damage here.
We are, but a lot less than we originally thought.
Woo! Second Dr. Frank, providing the juice that first Dr. Frank didn't have. There's some solid hunter boards lined up over there. Dying Breath Root.
Pretty good.
Super awkward on your, like, you're already filling the whole board every time.
Yeah, that
on
makes
the
sense,
duelist
yeah.
maybe, but like even on the duelist, you'd only want it if you already had.
Wolf. Nice.
We can be the one Starlight striking people. It is draining though. There's an upgraded Dr. Frank. Piece of Infinity? Orchestra.
Oh.
That's spicy. We do have some stuff that we could upgrade, like the cat queens, the catnip in a bottle. You have 2 turns to buy stuff. The rest, well, this turn we're out of money, so you have next turn to buy stuff that we can upgrade on the subsequent turn. Going for the orchestra though.
Yeah, I wonder why we were playing that open slot still.
Beats me.
And we've decided against it.
Legendary support band, Firefly. No, that's worth locking for, I don't think. Probably locks if he sees an aura rune there. But I don't think there's kind of anything else. We don't have any hero attack. We're not really in magnifying glass. Maybe a stealth orb is nice here. Summoned 9 cats last turn, which is a fair amount of stats.
Yeah.
9 animals. We're fighting against a cat. Yoshitsune already lost their hero power. Broker's Brooch and nothing else in this.
Interesting. What happened to that 6-drop treasure? I guess you might have just chameleon upgraded or something.
Yeah, and like, I mean, I feel like Yoshitsune is just like desperate for a magnifying glass and hasn't found one. Like that Star Child with a magnifying glass on it, like makes stars that matter.
Yeah.
The Cat Queen's just not doing enough. And it looks like 68 by 2 will not kill 9 things to 12 things.
Brutal, yeah.
Yep, Yoshitsune out.
Ooh, another wolf!
The Dr. Frank, right? It's already upgraded. There's no downside.
I wish we had
there.
bought a Frankenstein's monster on the way.
Yeah.
No, not the cats. Frank, Dr. Frank. You can do it.
Dr. Frank to protect it, right?
I think so.
Like
Maybe they don't want to triple it up
you're
with that,
always
though.
summoning enough evil things here to like fill your board with Frank, like even if the cat box gets hit first. I mean, he's checking other boards to see like what am I up against, where are we at.
That sleigh board's going to be rough for our cat build.
And also by wolfing that, it means like we can't really wolf the Dr. Frank later because getting an upgraded wolf that has a cat box and a Dr. Frank in it is
Yeah,
not
it's rough.
good.
Yep. Oh, look at that hand. Look at that hand. We got 4 pirates and a Frank.
Did they have symbol unity?
I don't know.
So that would make that very scary.
I was too busy looking at the pirates.
I just don't think it's Dracula at this point.
No. 6,
Looking for that.
10.
And it's just not as good anymore, right? In comps where you're doing the summoning versus against other summoning comps.
There's 2
Frank.
of them. This is your chance, Gabby.
Yeah, I think you're in on this, right? I think you gotta be in on the double Frank because
The cat queens aren't even giving that many stats.
Yeah, because the last person didn't kill our stuff.
Yeah.
their comp wasn't strong enough to get all of our summons. Cersei's Cup. We're fighting Ghost this time, so we don't need it here. Probably. That's not a comp you want to see.
Not the ghost comp you want here. Nope.
Sheesh.
Honestly, taking these Franks gets us closer to Cat Altar, and that's like the other thing.
For the record, we took one Frank and rolled away the second one.
Yeah.
Feels weird. I guess digging for the third Cat Queen is a little bit more important right now, but yeah, Cat Altar would be very strong. I just don't know how we kill this one.
Yeah, it's going to be impossibly big by the time we even start attacking.
And it's an upgraded Melusine, an upgraded Nocturne. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
We're going to eat all these stars, though.
It's not unreasonable that we go to 1 HP here. I don't think that Gabby ever props the Chrono Crystal here, though. It's really coming down to Dr. Frank. You're gonna get a full board of upgraded evil units. Like there's a reasonable chance that you get out of this, especially with the cat. Well, now you don't get as many evil units.
Oops, all Loreleis.
Okay, spells. Okay, we're not taking as much damage. Oh, and then that hits the
easy.
Okay, we're good. Whew. The Cat Queen.
Why did we ever doubt the upgraded Dr. Frank?
I don't know.
Did we lock cup?
He locked for the cup, yeah.
Okay.
All anything else in the shop that he wanted. And there's not anything he's trying to buy that costs mana, so like that it's draining doesn't really matter here. It's just like everybody's low health, right? Checking the other boards, I'm curious if the Ares still has its Chrono Crystal or not. Opponent's board, that is several royal monsters. This wave is going to be gnarly.
Yeah, it's going to wipe the front. Frank.
Sell the Gingerbread Witch? Frank? No, just not trusting. Like, maybe you just can't go in for the Frank until you upgrade this Cat Queen.
Hey, there it is.
Eve Witch. Bye-bye Gingerbread Witch, Siren, and Kappa, I imagine. You selling out here for the Cat Queen?
Oh, every time. I don't like these that much.
Yeah, that's some underwhelming 6s for a board. I mean, Scabbard's not bad. It's kind of awkward, actually, with wolves. Turning your wolf...
Yeah, you don't get the 6-drop treasure unless you find the wolf in a turn.
But also, I don't know that Gabby really wants to triple up the wolf, given what they're summoning. Like, I guess there's not a lot of a downside, but there isn't much upside either.
Big wolf goes burr.
Yeah. So you're gonna get another upgraded Dr. Frank out of this deal and your catnip in a bottle. Cersei's Cup hits one of the... Oh, it hit the Triton. That was huge.
Insane.
That was pretty much the best thing on board you could possibly hit there. Maybe the Dracula's a little bit better, but wild.
Yeah, this made this whole round completely different.
Yeah. I mean, they only had 2 royal monsters, but still clearing our whole front line twice would be pretty...
Yeah, it's a lot. It's pretty devastating. Cool. Yeah. Well,
we're giving them more slay triggers that won't matter because they're dead.
Yeah, they're dead.
Bye-bye Barashi. Eliminated here by Gabby. How many players we have left now?
Is
and
it
then there were 2.
Oh, but can you get past the good boy stuff? Look at the hand, too. Look at the summon out of the hand. There's a mermaid coming out of the hand with that pirate.
I mean, you're looking for more. I mean, you're scammed. There's a lot of Franks here.
True. Stealth Orb.
Gabby's at 12 HP. This, and has a Chrono Crystal.
Listen. You Stealth Orb the Pirate Wolf, and you summon the Dr. Frankenstein. The non-upgraded one. Then you get to play the Frank in the back.
How are you summoning the Dr. Frankenstein?
You have a wolf. You have you don't have the 3-drop pirate. We have the 5-drop pirate.
Yeah.
Yep. Are we trying to switch? We're taking Cabinet. Okay.
Okay. I don't mind it. Like, why are we looking at people who are dead? I get checking the lobby's boards, but checking the ghost boards is
The habit.
oh,
Oh, we
Sears
make
is
it evil.
big.
Nice.
Yeah, that's really nice.
Oh, I guess it's going to be upgraded next turn, too. I guess that's the big bonus.
Yeah.
Anything we buy here is just getting upgraded. So we get the chameleon,
Core
obviously.
fusion.
Nothing has real
if there is a next turn, right? Gabby, 13 health, Chrono Crystal, opponent, Who Didness, 2 health.
Yeah. But that
No
board is
Chrono
looking
Crystal.
real.
It is. I mean, this is stats versus scam. This is a classic,
True.
classic matchup.
True.
Good Boy versus Dr. Frank for all the marbles. Going into combat here, and triple farm fest for Who Didness. That's a lot of vegetables.
The harvest was good this year.
But he needs this duelist to die before the Good Boy. Will the duelist die first? Does. That's but there's more pirates.
And then there's a mermaid after that with something else.
And he still gets it to die for what? There's another pirate.
There's another pirate.
All right, so now the Good Boy stats are out before the mermaid. Not ideal, but not bad. But it's, I mean, and Hakate's owl. I don't think that there's going to be enough stats here for the Good Boy board.
We'll see, because the Lorelei is pretty huge. Ooh!
But he hits that first. GG.
GG is
Gabby,
right.
Back to back.
No big deal.
Back to back.
And I was doubting. But Gabby had it in control the whole
Who was
way.
over here mashing the X button, but no.
Yeah, to doubt. Yep, nope.
Gabby coming through back-to-back months, January and February monthly tournament champion, Gabby Jagodia. Congratulations.
Yeah, huge congratulations, Gabby. That was awesome. And awesome build to play at the end. We didn't get to play the Frank's monster, but I appreciated being on the bench to go along for the ride.
Yeah, Dr. he gets the medal.
Yeah, exactly.
He up on the stage with the team.
The group project, but didn't do anything.
Wrap it up. Eureka, second place, 24 points, and we have a tie for third place. So they'll both get some prizes, and that is Synesthesia and Mimple both got 19 points to get third. Synesthesia and Mimple. Mimple. Congratulations, Gabby, showing up. And I mean, the rest of the lobby is maybe a little upset at World Unravel right now. World Unravel came in top 8 yesterday. Gabby came in 9th. World Unravel couldn't show up today. Gabby gets from 9th into top 8, comes in and cleans house.
Yeah, it takes it down. Not bad at all. All right, but I think that's going to do it for us here over at the casting booth. I had a great time today. Like I said, I always like learning a bunch of new stuff from these games and trying it out tomorrow. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'll probably even try some out tonight.
I mean, we saw a lot of stuff today. It's not even like last tournament. We saw one thing. We saw it was drag
one build
summons all the way down. There were a couple games that got won by other strats. There was like a one Good Boy game that was just so far ahead with Good Boy Farmers. But today, like Cat's Dr. Frank, we saw a Pan win a game with just a bunch of
infinite fairies.
Jars.
Yeah, infinite fairies.
We saw lots of stuff today in the top 2. Some hunters.
Classic Good Boy.
Another Good Boy Milkwoman comp in that last one came in second, but still like getting there. Like it feels like the meta's really wide open right now.
Yep,
So
and we saw Boost too.
team.
Don't forget, we saw Boost in the second round too. So
That's true.
we saw. I think we saw everything but dwarves, which is a real change from when we first started casting.
Yeah, dwarves are still haven't made that comeback yet.
Not yet.
But, shout out to the dev team and the people that work with them on the balance committee for getting us to a really good spot where we get to see just a lot of different interesting builds in the tournament. And also, if you go out and play some ladder games today, you got options. You got options. You don't have to force one comp.
Yep, heck yeah. And yeah, big shout out to Lara and everyone doing everything behind the scenes. Appreciate y'all. And guys, don't forget, before we get out of here, you can hit those crystals before the end of the day. You can also join the Discord and come hang out. But we'll catch you next time. Have a good rest of your weekend. Peace.
Bye, everybody.